舞い降りた雨の音が奇跡を呼ぶ歌声に変わり始める抱きしめた想いが今光さえも飛び越えて君を目指して
Good morning. Oh, my mask is a little crazy. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Good morning. Welcome in, party people. Oops, I almost always slap my pan around. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Party people. Party people. Party people. Can they hear me? Party people? Yes, they can hear me. They can hear me. They can hear the party people. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We are on vibe. We are on vibe today. Yes, I am pure. I am holy. I am cleansed. I am Miko. Cuckoo. But good morning, everybody. We are dressing on brand today. That's what we're doing. We go above and beyond. Yeah. Armpits for free. I've been giving away armpits for free this whole time, man. This is giving me mixed feelings. Why? Is it not good? Is it not good? Once I get to the CTA and everything like that, you'll understand why I am dressed like this. Okay, but we'll give it a second. VTuber once a week? No, it depends, okay? It depends on the situation, guys. It depends on the situation. Some weeks call for more VTubers. Some weeks call for more IRL. And then if I do too much VTuber, everyone's like, where's the IRL? And then I do too much IRL and everyone's like, where's the V? It really depends on, just depends on the vibes of the week, okay? The vibes of the week. Just accept it. No, I am not. Half. Damn it. This ribbon always comes undone. I just tied it while the music was playing and now it's loose again. I need to stop flinging my arms too much. This is one of the few cosplays that's giving me the most mileage so far. A lot of cosplays that I get, it's usually just kind of like a one-time thing, which is fine because I don't know. Sometimes it's like it's for a very specific holiday or an event or a photo, and then you just kind of like store it away and stuff like that, right? But this one, out of all cosplays that I own, is giving me the most mileage. So as far as girl math is concerned, this is now like $15, 1,500 yen. I think I got this for 5,000. It was from Don Quixote. I think I got this for about 5,000, maybe a little bit less than that. I can't remember. And I've worn it 3 to 4 times already, which is practically free now. We chose this together. Yeah. This was for 2 Halloweens ago. It was not the last one, but the last one. And then we went shopping together. Your VTuber cosplay is also nice. Thank you. That one was oh yeah, that's true. That one I wore about twice now, 3 times. So, but that one was custom made. So that one was a little bit more expensive than 5,000.
You are indeed holy ... wholly delusional, wholly not 21, wholly beyond saving.
You are indeed wholly delusional. What do you mean? I am completely emulating the vibes of a shrine maiden. What could you possibly mean by that, chat? Come on. Holy majestic background. Where am I? We are in the world of Rune Factory, specifically Guardians of Azuma, but I'll get into all the details and everything in a second. First, I actually want to show you guys this, chat. Look. So the bread that we baked yesterday, you know how I made one on stream, and then I made like a TV magic. So I made one off stream to show you guys the off stream one, and what we cooked yesterday was the off stream. But we did make the on-stream one, and I put it into the fridge. I let it do like the overnight cold ferment, and did the exact same process that I showed you on stream for the proofing and everything. And look how good it turned out. I think the colors may be washing it out a little bit, but this one I baked in the actual oven, not the air fryer, and it actually looks like a normal bread. The bottom passes the knock test. I wanted to cut it together, but I wanted to show you my bread first. Look. Look how nice it, and I kept the scoring really simple, just one gash. But look, I don't know if you can hear the ASMR. It's like kind of crusty too, in like a really, really good way. So I wanted to like maybe try the bread first, see if it's good. I'm so happy with how it turned out. I was so surprised. I did it in the I did it in this stove, the Dutch oven one. Okay. I preheated it in the oven, and I put it in with the lid on, and for the last 15 minutes I took the lid off. I think it could have been a little bit more golden brown. I was a little bit too shy and apprehensive about the temperature because I didn't want it to burn like yesterday. But considering the temperature, I think it was pretty good. Next time I might just do it with a higher temperature or a little bit longer, but I'm getting, this is giving me so much confidence when it comes to bread making, and I don't usually make crusty bread like this. You can just toast it. Yeah, exactly. Do you have a handsome outfit for Shadow to wear? Nope. He's just dressed in jammies now. He is not dressing with the vibes. But I wanted to try it. I didn't cut this open yet. This is the first time. Hold on. It sounds pretty good. Does it cut all the way through? Okay. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? No, it's not a rock. It's not a rock. It's like a nice crusty bread now. Okay, 3, 2. Oh God, I hope. Oh, okay. Okay, that's not too bad. The inside looks way better in this one than yesterday's. Yesterday's was already like not too bad for a first time. But this one looks way more even. Yay! Wait, I'll save half for maybe I can save half for my friends tomorrow when I go visit. But let me try one slice, or I'll share a slice with Shadow. I want to know what it tastes like. It's so nice, and it's so moist, and I did let it cool all the way before opening it, which was like the hardest part, waiting for it, like what is it called, smelling the allure and the scents coming out of the bread but not eating it. I was very, very patient. So this time it's fully cooled. It should maintain like a lot of the moisture in this one this time. Let's try. Here, Shadow, you can have half, since you're already over here. Have half of this. Sabotaging Shadow's diet, take 2. He was complaining about how much butter I put in his toast yesterday, and I'm like, dude, you complain when there's not enough butter, you complain when there's too much butter. I don't know what you want from me, man. I'm gonna try a piece. This one is not as salty, but in like a good way. It's very moist. If this one had a little bit of butter on it, and toasted, way better. Okay, for now. Yeah, honey butter. What was the wasn't that like a bread that wasn't that the bread that the Outside Boys made or something like that? It's not a sourdough bread. No. Because I tried, I forgot to throw in my sourdough starter. I've never really made sourdough before. So I tried making the starter for yesterday's stream last week, because I know it needs time, but I kind of think it failed because it smells like grotesque in there, and it hasn't risen at all since the last, every day I feed it at the same time. It hasn't risen. The Outside Boys, what did I say? They're called the Outside Boys, right? Your starter is whack? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't made starters before. That was my first time. So, I'm not too surprised that it failed. So instead, for yesterday, I just made a standard yeast bread, but I did make it a crusty bread instead of a sourdough. Obviously, because I don't have sourdough. So technically not a sourdough, but still very good. I'm gonna go get a... And yes, I am dressed like D'Amico. I'm gonna go get a bread. I mean, a bread. I ate it way before then. My mom used to make it. I think the, what is it called? The campfire honey butter bread was the thing that the outdoor boys, outside boys, I don't know which one. Outdoor, outside, they were the ones that made that bread a little bit more popular, I guess. I never actually watched that episode. I should watch it. I just know that it's a well-loved video. Okay, this will be good. I'm gonna save this for a picnic, or maybe I can gift half to my friends. Oh, I can maybe gift one half to Twinnie too. I'll see if she wants some bread. I think that'll be really nice. I'll put this on the side for safekeeping. What's the background song playing right now? Why is it just like a conversation? Someone's watching anime in the background? I don't know. Something about a hot spring. I'm playing the Rune Factory soundtrack, but obviously because right now Guardians of Azuma is a new game that just launched, I don't think the official soundtrack is available to me. I did ask them if I can get the soundtrack, but they said they weren't able to get that to me. So the best I can do is use the Rune Factory, like the older games, the soundtrack that I found on YouTube. So that's what we're using right now. It's supposed to be in a playlist, so maybe one of the tracks or the songs is a conversation that one of the characters are having. I'm not too sure. It is available now already. Yeah, I will do the official, like, you know, CTA and all that stuff in a second, but it is available for Switch, the Switch 2 for both digital and physical, and it's also available on PC. So I saw it on Steam already when I was setting everything up today. So it is available on Steam if you want that on your PC or on your Steam Deck or whatever. But if you got, who has the Switch 2 already? Did anyone sign up for the Switch 2? I know a few people got it already. I saw a person on stream get it. I saw a few friends take a photo that they got it. Is anyone getting their Switch 2? I respect my wallet. How much was it again? How much was it again? Was it $600 or? I don't remember. It's like 800. Wait. It's 80,000 yen? Crazy. The tariffs, I know. The tariffs. But yeah, anyways, I thought it was really cool. I saw a few people get it already. So yeah, if you do have the Switch 2, it is available on Switch 2 and for the Switch, and for both physical and digital copy. They're both available to you, and for the PC, obviously. But it is available currently, I believe. But for the physical copies, I heard because of tariff delays, you won't be able to get the physical copy until June 20th. I'm trying to remember the details, but I think for the physical copy, they also have like a huge combo one. I think it's called Earth Dancers. Yeah, the Earth Dancer combo. That one has like everything, like full soundtrack and all that stuff. That one is a little bit more expensive, but that one will also have a tariff delay. I think everything for physical copies will be June 20th. It's like $800. Oh my god. I'm still nomming on my bread. Somebody exploded. Is the soundtrack okay? Okay. I don't know what's going on with this particular soundtrack, but the girl exploded. I'm kind of invested right now. What's going on? And then she fell into water? Girl, what's happening? What a soundtrack. Amazing. They blew up the hot spring? I think so. I think that's what it was. Shadow's not playing a game in the background. Like I said, I don't have access to the current Guardians of Azuma, what is it called, soundtrack. It wasn't provided to me, so I just wanted to play at least Rune Factory music. So I just found a playlist on YouTube, so that's what I was playing. But one of the soundtracks that got snuck in, I suppose, was that one, where she went on a soliloquy about hot springs, and apparently blew it up or something. Man, my bread is so crusty. Let me. No, I must clean up my kitchen for the sponsor. Wait. It was clean, and then I started munching on bread, and now it's dirty. No! Sponsor, don't look. Rune Factory, don't look. I'm a clean Miko, I swear. I'm clean. There we go. Not a VTuber today, no. IRL. I thought it would be appropriate considering that the game is kind of set in Japan, like feudal era, kind of like all that oriental vibes, Japanese vibes, living your best, like Japan aesthetic life in the game. So I thought it would be appropriate if I at least dressed on brand or on trend. Obviously, it's not an exact cosplay of the game itself. They have like complicated armor and everything like that. I wasn't able to get any like official cosplay together, but I thought it would still match the vibe over just wearing regular clothes. It's kind of similar to the girl on the left. Yeah, exactly. I thought, because she was also wearing like the little Miko clothing, but she had like, it was more of an armor combat Miko instead of like an actual shrine Miko. So I thought it would be a little bit similar. It's not a substitution. It's there was a word for it. Like, you know how when you cosplay something, but it's not exact, but the vibes are there, like the colors maybe match, maybe it's not the exact same sweater, it's not the exact same skirt, but the colors match. And then like the vibe, it's not a substitution. It's not, there's a proper word for it. There's a proper word for cosplayers, or con goers or concert people, where like maybe official cosplays are not allowed, because sometimes like with different like games or animes, like the hair and maybe the accessories are way too big, so they don't want people to be bringing in their clunky like hair wigs or like really big swords and everything, because it could be dangerous, a tripping hazard or something like that, and it just takes up too much space in the auditorium. So they only allow you to come like looking like the character's vibes, but not exactly like it. Bound! Yeah. Cosplay bound. That's Twinny taught me that word. I forgot what it was. Cosplay bound. Yeah, exactly. No, not interpretation. Cosplay bound. That's what it was called. So this is me. Yeah, she's the second main character. I was trying to dress up like her, but she's huge right now. No, not boundage. Bound. I was trying to give off her vibe. See? Is it the same? This one is the cafe owner. I believe her name was Iroha. I can't remember her name right now, but her name was Iroha, I remember. And she's the cafe owner that makes the dangos and stuff like that. Kaguya. She was Kaguya. This one is Iroha. But there's many new characters for the new game, obviously. But there's the male main protagonist and the female main protagonist, which is her, and she's one of the side characters. Can they be our new stream? No, unfortunately not. But you can spend daily time, quality time with your favorite characters in the game. Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. Go check out the link down pinned above, or !Rune Factory to get my link to order the game today. It is officially available on PC through Steam, Switch and Switch 2, both physical and soft copy. For the physical one, it will be delayed due to tariffs until June 20th, but if you do buy the digital version, it should be available to you today. It is actually there's a whole list, okay? Just give me a second. It's a whole list. It is a life sim JRPG combat farming love interest game that can do it all. Okay, you can go to different villages, you can go to different farm and live your perfect little life in your village, or you can go to explore different lands and fight gods and dragons and demons and collect really rare weapons and everything like that. And most importantly, you can fly in this game. I know. You can fly. I think you can hop on a dragon and you start flying through different villages in the air. Yes. You don't have to walk on your two little legs. No. Hop on your dragon and fly over mountains and valleys. And no, I am not kidding you. I am not kidding. We can fly in this particular game. So there's a lot of exploration, a lot of adventure, still JRPG, but it is a little bit of everything. So if you are interested in the farming, the life sim, but also a little bit of combat sprinkled in and out the game, then go check out Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma. Yay! No, they do not have content. How to get game. They have it, oh my god, this little thing always unties. They have it on Steam for PC, and Switch 2 for both physical and soft copy. So whatever console you have. Dragon Airlines, exactly. We can bounce on a die. Okay, well, is there Shadow Subaru or Murasame? There are a whole bunch of different new weapons. I think in this particular game, we are now Earth Dancers. So we have a lot of new capabilities and secret weapons that we can unlock as we go through it. I don't think there is a Murasame specifically in the game, but there will be a lot of other really cool things. Even I don't have a Switch 2. You have to join a lottery for the Switch 2. I don't know how my friends were able to get it. The ones in Japan, maybe they won the lottery. Then I'm happy for them. But for Japan anyways, I don't think you can just walk in and grab a Switch 2. All the big companies like Yodobashi and Big Camera and all these places, you have to join a lottery to get it. So maybe my friends were just lucky. I can't get a Switch 2 even if I wanted one. I saw pics. I think that's in America. Is it also in Japan? I thought that was just in America. Hot onesans. Oh my gosh, yes. A lot of hot onesans, a lot of hot onisans, everybody. So you can decide to woo whoever you like. You can choose to play the guy lead or the female lead, and then you can write your own story, write your own adventure, and you can be a farming pro. You can save villages, you can resurrect farms, you can fight gods, you can befriend gods, you can have everyone be indebted to you because you are the righteous soldier hero of their story. Yeah, you can do all that and still make sure that your favorite girl or guy falls in love with you. And we're gonna do that today. Actually, we're gonna try making some of their favorite dishes, and then you can tell me if I will be able to succeed in wooing them or not later on by the end of the stream. I don't know if you can romance dragons. You might have to check back on that, but I don't know if you can romance the dragons. They might just be friends. Can we? You can look at the dishes that I made later, and then you can let me know. We're gonna be making 3 dishes today: 1 starter, 1 main, and 1 dessert. That's the plan for today. The girl on the left looks like she's a good chef. I believe her specialty is she owns a cafe. I think her and her family owns a cafe, and her specialty is the 3-colored dango. So different foods in this game will give you different heal capabilities or HP regeneration, EXP, and all that stuff. So depending on who you're trying to woo or who you're trying to befriend, and if you're providing food or eating their food, then it can also up your stats depending on who it is and what you're trying to do. Girl on the left looks like Roxanne. Oh, shush you! You have no idea what Roxanne even looks like. Shush. Dango Daisuke. No, let's not go there. Oh my gosh, these little ribbons. These little ribbons are gonna be the death of me. Why are they so loose? Okay, there we go. They're so loose. They're gonna catch on fire. That's actually a concern. I'm hoping that when I stir fry stuff and saute things, these little tendrils are not gonna land in the pot or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I look at it, the one game that I kind of do, I kind of want to look at it. I want to see if the Switch 2 is useful, but I don't really use the Switch 1 either, so I'm kind of like, I want to join the hype train, but I'm also like, I don't know if I need it right now. It's gonna catch on fire for sure. You don't even game? Yeah, but maybe I will, or something. I don't know. Oh wait, I just realized I can tighten it like. Oh wait, I can. But then the strings will be really long. I do a little bit of gaming. What if I want to play Rune Factory? You know, I can do a little bit of gaming. I game. I game offline. I do tons. I do tons of crazy gaming. You know, what if I want to explore the Guardians of Azuma and go see what adventures are waiting for me, okay? Once a year? No, I play three games a year. I play 3 games a year. I don't know what you're talking about. I do 3 games a year. Okay. Anyways, all right. Let's begin. Let's get the corpa all out of the way. Let's just so that we can we're all clear and good to go. But today, the stream is officially brought to you by Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma. Yay! Clap, 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 clap. Everyone say thank you. Yippee! Officially launching, well, I don't know when they launch, but officially available definitely today for both Steam, Switch, Switch 2, physical and digital. Go help over there and use my link above in the pin message, or do !Rune Factory to find the link so you can purchase the game for yourself. It is a very Japan immersed in terms of style, culture, architecture, everything like that. So if your dream is to live the Japanese aesthetic lifestyle, and you want to do it in a game that both have life sim and farming and combat and love and flying on dragons and visiting different villages and saving the world, you can do that with the Rune Factory. Guardians of Azuma. So help over there, use my link today, and download the game. The thing fell. So today, what we are here to do today anyways, is, so in this game, you can woo characters using recipes and food. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of the food and dishes in this game can help you boost EXP, HP, and also help you get closer to a lot of the different characters that you want to befriend or maybe find love. I heard you can even get married in that game, so congratulations. Your dreams will no longer be memes. You can finally get married in this game. Yay! You no longer have to be lonely, chat. I'm so happy for you. You can finally find happiness. Yay, and you can be a hero. You can, yes, you can marry whoever you want to marry. This is true. Can we move the middle woman? That it'll take a lot more work for that one. My name is Cray the Rizzler. Can I get a free key on behalf of Kiri? Can I have a harem? You can try. You can leave girls on red. You can be like, hey, you want to ride my magic dragon to the next town, and then don't take her. You take someone else, or you go like, oh, can you make me this dongo, but you don't need it. I don't know what the tactics are, but you can probably do things like that too. If you really wanted to, until you choose the perfect man or woman in the game for you. I have a magic dragon for no, like an actual magic dragon. It soars through the sky. Chat, it soars through the sky. An actual magic dragon, okay? That'll take you through different realms and hidden islands in the sky, okay? And that have different gods living in there, different monsters in there. You're trying to unlock cool weapons and legendary artifacts to like revive villages and farms and the people that live in there. Those kind of dragons. I have a bad dragon right now. No, a normal, a magical, normal dragon. Help me out here, guys. Help me out here. What is this outfit? I'm a Miko. I thought it would be nice to dress in the vibes. Dress in the vibes. You know? I have a normal dragon right here. I am trying so hard right now. I am trying so hard. Miko outfit is cute. Thank you. So today, what we have on the menu, there was a huge list of a bunch of different things that you could potentially make to woo your ideal lover. They had things like the dango, for example. I think they also had a fruit sandwich, but today we're going to be making an onigiri because they did actually have an onigiri on the list. So I think it would have been like a sacrilege if I didn't make onigiri on an onigiri stream. Giri's waifu, Ebebe, welcome. I'm a Miko. So I thought it would be sacrilege if I didn't make an onigiri. So we're going to be making an onigiri today. And it's going to be purple and with horns too. I think even in the game, the onigiri had horns. And I was like, this is perfect. So we're going to make a onigiri with horns. And then we're going to be making a hamburger steak with our very own demiglaze sauce. All from scratch with the potatoes and the carrots and all that stuff that you would typically expect from a hamburger. And then for dessert, it was a sweet potato pie. That's what we're making. We're going to be making a sweet potato tart, a sweet potato pie type sort of things. 12 hours. No, it shouldn't take that long. I mean, I can't imagine going like, hey, you know, potential lover, wait for me for 12 hours and I'm going to give you the best meal of your life. You know, he's going to be like, girl, what the hell? Times a ticket. Onigiri by onigiri in onigiri. I know, chat. I know. It's as if this game was made for me. Guys, come on. It's literally made for me. It's an onigiri made by onigiri in an onigiri stream. We're going to be unstoppable today. Unstoppable. The onigiri-ception. Exactly. Okay. Since we are on the clock, giri giri say what was that song? Giri giri I ikenai. I'm always these ribbons. I swear upon the magical dragons of the land. Please keep these ribbons tied. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something really devious. Really devious. Only the smartest of Mikos will dare do this. I'm gonna make a hard knot. That's right. That's right. Yes. I like to see you untie out of this one. Now I do this one. no amount of arm flapping will be able to dislocate this bow. I swear. I'm getting sick and tired of you. Come on. Come on. Go through the hole. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if this is like flappy safe. Okay, I think we're chilling. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. Don't look at them. No, don't look at them. They're not catching fire, is it? Well. Oh shit. You might be. Okay, what if I yoinked it higher? Maybe it's better like this. Maybe it's better like this. It's a sponsored stream. Don't be vulgar. I can still insult chat, okay? I just have to, you know, watch my wording. But I can still insult chat however I may well please. You can't escape it. Just go click my link. I'll forgive you if you click my link. It looks better higher, yeah? I don't remember how high it was supposed to go. Okay, a few things on the list that actually take a little bit longer to make over everything else. Everything is quite simple and straightforward. The hardest thing, surprisingly, for all the things that I did choose to do today is the tart shell that we're going to be making from scratch, and also the demiglaze sauce. The demiglaze sauce is a very classic French sauce. I thought it was just like a ketchup-based sauce. We could kind of make it like curry style, but I think that's too easy. So we're going to try to challenge ourselves and make a very classic French demiglaze sauce, which in Japanese cuisine, they tend to use a lot for things like hayashi rice, which is kind of like a brown wine sauce, gravy type of thing with, what is it called? Really thin sliced beef and stuff like that. And they'll have a little bit of like egg in them and onions and stuff. But it's also really traditionally served with things like the hamburger steak, which is just called hamburger in Japanese. So we're going to do a little bit of potatoes and carrots to go on the side of our hamburger. The sauce will be the thing that's going to take the way longest. Hamburger I've made on stream tons of times before, earlier in streams and stuff. So I've done those before. We can just do our old repeat recipe, but the French sauce will take much longer. Yes, c'est très français, oui. C'est la sauce, le sauce de champignon. Oui, oui. Okay. So, I'm not too sure what needs to be done first. The tart or the sauce. I think we'll do the sauce first. And if anything, we can always have the sauce ready. And it can cool down on the side. And then we can just heat it up whenever we need it. Because it is pretty much pack safe. Where if you make extras, just freeze it until you need it next time. Or just put it in the fridge and then you can just ladle it onto your hamburger or whatever that you're making to demiglaze sauce itself usually takes 6 hours. Well, the one that I found takes like 2 hours. 2 to 3 hours. But there's gonna be a lot of just like passive time where it's either baking, it's searing, or it's reducing. So there's a lot more. It's not actively where we need to be looking at it the whole time, but it will take a while to kind of get it down to the consistency that we're looking for. It's a 4-hour sauce. No, chat. No. It's not a 4-hour sauce, but it will take the longest. Okay, that's all I'm saying. In the meantime, we can warm up our oven because we're gonna use our oven to do a little bit of the roasty roast. Actually, we don't have to do the oven now. We can do the oven in a second. It doesn't take that long to heat up. How long is the sponsored segment? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Imagine if it was like a 30-minute segment and I'm like, well, we're here for the next 7 hours. It's not gonna take more than, it's not gonna be a 6-hour sauce, okay? It'll be a long sauce, but it won't be a 6-hour sauce, okay? Getting their money's worth today. Okay, let me get my onion and my carrot. Oh, and I need celery. My mirepoix. Alright. I have the basics for a nice, what is it called? Mirepoix. So we have 1 onion, 1 carrot, and 1 celery.
This is important enough that I had to pull over while driving home to say, you smell bad.
Okay. Thanks, man. Don't crash when you get home, okay? So I have the 1 onion. If your onions are huge, then just do half an onion. But these onions are kind of old and shriveled. Why are they so old and shriveled? I don't know. And I'm gonna grab 1 carrot. Use a half a carrot. Again, if your carrots are ginormous, then use half a carrot. Okay? But my carrots are pretty average. So I'm gonna use an average carrot. I'm gonna put my onions away and stuff like that. I'm gonna use it later. I'm gonna take the carrots out later for the hamburger and stuff. And then we have 1 rib. 1 rib of celery. So celery usually comes in like a whole, I don't know how big a celery actually is. If this is 1 stalk or 1 rib of a celery, look how big this is. This is like a it's like a weapon. Can you imagine how big the celery actually is if it was this wide on the bottom? I have never seen a celery this big, especially in Japan, because usually everything is like toy sized or bite sized. This is my first time laying my eyes on a celery that's this wide. Look at that. Can you see how wide that is? Can you imagine how big the celery actually is? This is a thick boy. It's like a fan. Is it grown in Japan? Good question. But it only has, it says serori. It says serori, so I don't really know what else. It's a girthy celery. Yeah, I'm just genuinely surprised. Okay, I'm gonna give my carrot a little wash. I'm gonna have to be a gentle girl today because I am, well, 1, a Miko, but 2, I don't want my sleeves to get too dirty or too oily or too fried, too anything. This is a French dish, so we will do a mise en place, which you guys already know. Just get all your ingredients ready beforehand and have it ready to go. That is mise en place. I'm going to skin my carrot. And remember, chat, if you want a person to love you back when you're making dishes, make sure that every stroke, every cut, every wash, every stir is done with love, okay? What do they say? Aijo komete ryori tsukurimasu. Like, aijo komete is like to imbue the feeling and the thought of love into the dish. That's what we're gonna do. So with every single cut and you know what I mean, okay? We're gonna put love into it. Yeah, a lot of moe cubes. So you want to take the tip off, take the butt off. And since this is gonna be more of a sauce that we're gonna be straining later, we're mostly using the carrot for flavor and not so much for the actual eating portion of the sauce. Anyways, we're gonna make proper roasted carrots and whatnot later on. So I'm just gonna do a rolling cut and just have all that ready on the side. Okay, onion as well. You don't actually have to dice them really fine. Just a really rough dice is fine. Again, this is all for the roasting to get the flavor out. Putting my love in it. Okay, yeah, like exactly like that. Exactly like that. Oh. Why is this onion so wrinkly? You know what? No. I'm sorry. I cannot be putting my dish of love using wrinkly onions. I'm getting fresh onions that are not wrinkly. Thank God. I actually don't know how long the onion was in the pantry for. Like, it looks fine on the outside, but it was a little wrinkly on the inside. But I did, thank goodness I did bring fresh onion. I'll put the other one back for now. I'm sorry you had to see that wrinkly onion. It wasn't moldy, it was wrinkly. I cook with anger, best flavor. She said the French Trinity, I did. We're going to be adding a, what was that sauce pack called? There was a proper word for the sauce base, but there was also the bouquet garni. We're going to be making a bouquet garni as well, which is a bouquet of garnishes? Garni. Qu'est-ce que c'est le garni? Je ne sais pas. But anyways, we're going to be doing a bouquet garni, so a little bit of herbs to liven up the sauce and everything. But let's do our Holy Trinity. Let's do our Holy Trinity first. I think this onion is quite big. I'm only going to do the half onion. If I need more, I'll cut into this last one. But for now, I'm just going to do the half. It's an herb bundle, yeah. But what does garni mean? Garnish? Okay, so for a rough cut, I'm gonna just cut it in straight down in half, actually, like this. So this way, and then I'm just gonna cut it into like really rough big cuts. So the onions are about this big, just enough surface area to saute. Oh god, the love is making me cry. Herb? The herb. Is this a new dish for Gary? I've made hamburger steak before, but I've never made demiglaze sauce myself before. But as far as technique goes, oh! I'm sorry. Don't look. Don't look, my fair lover. In the game. Don't look at how I snapped that celery in half by accident. Don't look. I even held it at its like weakest point and it still broke. Okay, I'm just gonna cut off the top and also the bit of the butt because the butt is like a little bit dirty and also a little bit dry. No one wants to eat dry, dirty butt, okay, of a celery. So we have our main stock. This is what we're going to be using. Again, you don't have to go crazy and make it super fine dice or anything. So I'm just going to cut it halfway down and maybe just cut them into pieces. Something like that. So we can saute it and it'll have a nice roast. A nice tan line. Like me. When we pop it into the oven. Okay, so we have our mise en place, oui oui. Voilà. Mon mise en mon is it female or male? Ma mise en place. Look, how do you say look in French? Damn it. Miru is Japanese. How do you say look in French? Voir? I forgot. Regarde mon mise en place. C'est très bon, non? Oui, oui. Okay. I'm gonna turn the oven on now. Roasting temperature is just generally anything above 400 degrees Fahrenheit, 200 degrees Celsius. Something like that. Just something really hot. And make sure your pan that you're using to saute initially is oven proof, obviously, because we're gonna take the whole pan and put it into the oven for it to roast. I'm going to roast mine at maybe 210 degrees Celsius because my oven's a bit smaller. My oven is a bit smaller, so it loses heat faster. Look in French. Roasting is really hot. Yes, you have to have a really hot temperature for roast. Okay, so while that's heating, which will take about 10 minutes or so, we're gonna turn the pan on. A little bit of olive oil. Huile d'olive. Huile d'olive. Olive oil. If your oven is small, shouldn't it heat up really quick? Yep, that's why it only takes about 6 to 8 minutes to reach up to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Not too bad. We're gonna eyeball. Whoa, that, my gosh, mon dieu! Mon dieu, oh my, okay. Wow. That might have been a little bit too much. It slipped out of my hand. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. The whole thing is just straight up oil now. Well, I hope my Guardian of Azuma lover loves olive oil. We're deep frying. We're deep frying the Holy Trinity now. America called. They heard that you have oil. No, this is my oil. I'm making it for my lover so I can woo him and then become a maiden. Become a married maiden in the game. There's actually marriages in the game. Like, they have wedding ceremonies and everything, which was actually pretty cool. This stream is about to get a dose of... No. I don't need freedom from America. I want the Guardians of Azuma to free my village from my farm that is being corrupted and rotting all the way down to the soil by the evil monsters and the tartish gods of the land. And I want my hero to come back, to come rescue me from the back of his magic dragon. And then he falls into my village and then he slays the enemy with his magic talismans and weapons, being an earth dancer, and then dance his way to victory, and then he'll take me away from the village, but not before he saves the village and brings more fruitful life and harvest and bountiful harvest. And then I go on his dragon, and then we go exploring some more, and then we farm and stuff. Exclamation mark Rune Factory. Thank you. It works. It works. All that just for a cook. Hey man, a way to any person's heart, not a man's heart, woman's heart, any person's heart, is through good cooking. You're telling me that if you were like dating a person or married to a person or just like interested in a person and they rock up one day and they go like, hey, come over, or like, hey, let's do a picnic, and then everything is homemade and it tastes delicious, you mean to tell me that you won't feel a little bit of doki doki or flutter in your heart? You're lying. Ooh! 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 We're okay. You're lying to me if you don't feel any doki doki. Give me a girlfriend which makes good poutine and I will put a ring on her finger. I like to send a sizzling oil. It's not enough to actually deep fry anything, but it is it's grease. It's grease. So we're gonna just stir fry this until there's a bit of color, a little bit of translucency, but because most of this is going to be roasted, and it's going to get a lot of more caramelized and brown color and bits and everything, we're not really looking to cook this all the way down or stuff like that. Just a little bit of cookage and a little bit of salt and pepper to maybe help the process a little. See, it's gonna burn. Not yet, baby. We're still doing good. A little bit of salt. And a little bit of pepper. Trust me, no man or woman will be able to resist this. This 3-course meal, they won't be able to resist. They're gonna be begging me to marry them in the game. Begging me. This looks like the starter to a goulash or curry. Well, specifically, this is more for a demiglaze. It's a French sauce. That's how you know it's fancy. Very French. Which character do you love in the game? Honestly, I would probably play the guy just so that I can probably woo Iroha. She's probably my favorite. Maybe it's because we're kindred souls, you know. She owns a cafe. My dream is to own a cafe. She's good at cooking. I'm really good at cooking. So I feel like the vibes really match here between me and her. So if I were to play the game, I would probably play the male protagonist so that I can woo her, you know, because we're pretty much the same. I'm just wooing myself, you know. Big Crush, thank you for the 14 months. And Lord Calories, thank you for the new Prime earlier. I appreciate that. You're good at 6-hour cooking for sure. No, this one, trust me, this is not going to be a 6-hour. Is not going to be a 6-hour sauce. It'll take a little bit of time though, for sure. That's why we're doing the sauce first before even making the tart shells from scratch. Because we do want to have this be roasting and reducing. Okay, so the whole point of the roasting is we do kind of want some fond, which is like the sticky bits at the bottom of the pot. Usually that happens when you're frying something or roasting something. So hopefully we'll be getting a lot of good flavors kind of stuck to the bottom of the pot. I don't know if my American portion of oil will hinder this. We'll have to see. But I'm going to turn the heat off now. Grab my oven mitts. And
I
I'm
can
going to
bet
pop
you
this
that the
into the
main
oven.
difference between Iroha and Giri is that Iroha showers every day at least. And doesn't keep any moldy onion in her pantry, okay?
That's because she's a cafe owner, not a cafe and restaurant. The requirements are different, okay, guys? All right, I'm gonna take this as is, and I'm gonna pop it in my 200°C oven. Oh. Lid off, and we're gonna roast this for. We're gonna roast that for about 20 minutes. Not too long. Just 20 minutes. In the meantime, I think we can maybe put our bouquet garni together. So bouquet garni is the little herb spice pack that normally you'll put into like a little cheesecloth, kind of like a tea bag. So you're steeping the insides in the soup itself or the sauce itself, so that it doesn't, like, you don't have to be fishing for all the herbs later on and stuff like that. I don't have a cheesecloth. I do have not reusable, like the single serving tea bags, but they're also like for tea, so they're this big. So we might have to use like 10 tea bags, or if I can find cheesecloth, then that would be pog. If not, we'll have to use some tea bags, I think. Wait, where are my tea bags? Oh, here. Where is my... Oh, I don't have a cheesecloth. I don't have the little towel thing. I thought I did. I thought I had a cheesecloth towel, but I have this. It's like little tea bags. Stop ripping reality. Guys, I'm a guardian of Azuma. Okay, I can do anything. If I can revive a fallen village from an evil monster, or make sure that even you guys can find love in this game, I can rip reality a little bit. So I have these little packs. How do I open them? Oh, they're already opened. I see. So they're this big. And then, let me show you. So they're like this. And then I think you just grab the side of this thing. You put whatever contents you need to put in here. And then you just flip it like this. Oh! And then it becomes sealed. Oh, magic! And it's actually quite puffy. I can put quite a bit of things in here. I think we'll be able to do 2 of these, and it should be big enough. Can we really find love? Yes. In this game, you really can. I believe in you. Can we find all the ingredients in the world of Rune Factory? You can, actually. I think for this particular dish, the hamburger, all you need is just beef, carrot, and potatoes. I think that's all you need to make it. For example, for the onigiri, all you need is rice think that was it. And then for the sweet potato tart that we're gonna be making later, it's just sweet potato, butter, and milk. That's it. So as long as you can find or barter or farm those necessary ingredients, you should be able to make any of these dishes. Even you can. Yes, you can. In the magical realm of Rune Factory. Is this the Don't Miko costume from Donkiki? It is. No. Okay. I'm gonna grab 2 of these. So for the bouquet garni, let me try to remember how much we need. For the bouquet garni, we need 1 bay leaf, 1 thyme, 3 sprigs of rosemary, and 8 peppercorns. Very specific. I'm trying to find my bay leaves. Hold on. Here it is. I have rosemary and thyme as well. Rosemary and thyme. Okay. And I heard, which I was surprised. I heard that dry herbs have more taste compared to fresh herbs. So the recipe recommended that you actually use dry herbs if you have them. If you only have fresh, if you can only find fresh a little bit more available, I would imagine fresh is okay too, but they did say that dry herbs are a little bit more pungent in flavor for this kind of thing compared to fresh ones. They do okay, not like that. Just
if you
depends on
mess
the
up
herb.
this
No, I don't know.
recipe, Roha will never let you cut her bangs. Watch yourself, Gary.
If you
Jiri reminds me of a dry herb.
You mean pungent and flavorful? I know. Thank you. I know. I think honestly, thank you. That's so nice of you. If you mess up the recipe, Iraha will never let you cut her bangs. Watch it. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna have to lock in. All right. I have the 1 bay leaf. This one is quite big for a bay leaf, but it is also missing a big portion of it. So I would imagine that maybe it's okay to use this one. So we have the 1 bay leaf. Okay, and then we have 1. This is 1 sprig, right? I'll do 2 sprigs. I'm gonna be a bit of a renegade. For love, you have to be a little bit impulsive. So I'm gonna do 2. I'm gonna fold it a little bit so it fits. And I'm gonna be careful not to get the leaves off, or else it's just gonna all fall off and just be a big mess. Oh wait, don't I need parsley? Oh, it's not rosemary, it's parsley. I was like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure I needed parsley. Not rosemary. Parsley is fresh, not the rosemary though. Let me go get the parsley. Where is my parsley? There. I got some fresh parsley with my 2 thyme. If I can fit all this in here, I think that would be really good. I'm gonna see if I can jam it into 1 bag. If I can. Be impulsive, in love, embrace renegade. Yeah. Let's start. Oh. Okay. I have my 3 sprigs of parsley. I can't tell what 3 sprigs mean. Is this 3 sprigs? Or is it like 1, 2, 3? This is a lot of parsley. This is also really green. The ladder, like all this? I'm gonna have to jam it in. Okay, if it doesn't fit, then I might use the 2nd bag since that was the intended. I'm gonna go rip off all of the leaves. I don't know if you need the stem, but I'm gonna rip off the leaves. 3 sticks? So 3 of these. Not cilantro, parsley! Not all, just 3. Oh, damn it! I've already they're bald now. Okay, well, maybe we can use the other ones for something else. I'm gonna get 3 bunches. 1, 2, 3. This is pretty good. One small one. We have the baby parsley, we have the mommy parsley, and we have the daddy parsley. There we go. We have 3. These ones, I'm just gonna shove it back in the bag. And hopefully it'll find a nice home with all of its other friends later. Let me put this back. You can freeze them? Yeah, I think I will. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. I fear that my bag is too small. I will try to stuff it to the absolute brim though, so I don't have to use a second one if it's not necessary. So I'm gonna keep stripping these down a little until they're even smaller. I'll keep the stems for these ones since they're already so small. Nobody is safe. Not even the parsley. Oh, okay. Time to shove it in. Shove it in, shove it in. Into my bouquet garni. Okay, will it fit is the question. I think so. Wasn't that a commercial before? I remember when I was like in school or something, all the boys would sing about it. Shove it in, or what was it? It was a song for it was a jingle for a product, but I couldn't remember what it was. Or was it actually shove it in? Was it just something to plug it? Oh, Glade plug it in. Oh, why did I remember a shove it? Plug it. No. It wasn't me. Okay, it was the boys. It was the boys in the school. Okay, it wasn't me. It wasn't me, but it was. I remember there was like a field trip or something, and then the boys would be like snickering to each other, and they're like, and then like one of the girls was like, "What are you laughing about?" And then they were like, "Nothing. Shove it in, shove it," or something
Glade
like
plugins, brought to you by Guardians of Azuma.
That's what it was. Okay, we have 8 peppercorns. I'm gonna have to count them because it was very, very specific. It adamant that it was 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know what? I'm gonna be a bit of a renegade because you have to be a little bit of a daredevil, a little bit of a find my own path, especially in this game. So I'm gonna do 9. I'm gonna do 9 peppercorns because heroes don't become heroes when they follow the pack. No. Heroes become heroes when they tread their own path, write their own destiny, change the trajectory of their future and their loved ones for the better, for the glory and the health and the prosperity of their homeland. Okay? No hero ever goes like, wow, I'm gonna achieve great things by following the textbook exactly, you know? You know? She's altering the recipe. Don't worry, this is still within the recipe. This is my bouquet garni. Let me just double check. Thyme, parsley, peppercorn. The butter and the flour is a little bit later. Yeah, my little bouquet. See, and then this into the stock will just be as is, and then we'll let it simmer for the hour and a half or something, whatever it takes to reduce 8 cups of water to 3 cups of liquid, which is quite a bit. We're looking for 5 cups of water loss. That's all going to be just steam. So during that time, we should be able to extract a lot of good flavor from this. But this is our little bouquet garni. I'm going to put the residuals back. She wants to burn down flavor down. It's not tea. How does it smell? Smells like thyme. If anything, I think the thyme smell is more strong than the parsley smell. The only thing I don't smell is bay leaf and black peppercorn, because those are the only 2 that are like, you kind of have to just smell it when they're more warm. They're not very strong when they're just room temperature and dry like that. The thyme is strong. Yeah, I only put in one. I put in 2 sprigs. I also, again, became a bit of a renegade. So I put in 2 sprigs of thyme, and it was pretty strong. Okay, I'm going to put my tea back. Plug it in, plug it in. It was also a chicken soup thing, right? That was really popular when I was a kid. I could have swore. Plug it in, plug it in. What happened to Glade, anyways? I haven't seen their commercials in so long. Okay, let me wash all this. Now it's the earworm now. It's stuck in my head. Plug it in, plug it in. Okay. Let me check how much longer I have. Let me check how much longer I have on the roasted veggies. Baby back. Yeah, I want some baby back, baby back. Although that particular song, I only knew it because of The Office. I want some baby back, baby back, baby back. I want some baby back. Chilies, baby back ribs. That's why I remember that song. Glade is still around. Not in Japan, but I'm curious to see if they still have it in Canada. Okay, 5 minutes more, and then we'll be able to take it out. Austin Powers. Oh, wasn't Austin Powers part of the CIA now or something like that? It's so free. There's so many freaking random like news going on. Michael Myers or the Austin Powers guy, they're the same guy, right? Apparently he's like the CIA now, or part of the CIA or something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's accurate or if that's fake news. But I saw something on it. To be fair, I saw it on Twitter, so it's probably not the most accurate of sources. But I saw it. I saw a glance at it, and I was like, huh? And then I just kept on scrolling. He's connected. I don't know. Yeah, the Halloween guy. She had to, because she had a great muse, right? Who was it again? Well, actually, my muse was Kaguya, specifically, from Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma, which is our sponsor for today's stream. It is set in a beautiful, picturesque Japanese inspired world, from when it comes down to clothing, architecture, the people, the culture, everything like that. So if you want to immerse yourself in a true JRPG, in the fundamentals of the game, then Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma is the game for you. If you like farming, if you like life sim, if you like combat and fighting, if you like adventure and unlocking treasures and saving villages and becoming the hero, and maybe even finding some love, then maybe check out Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma, which is now available on both PC and Switch 2. So for both on Steam, the Switch for physical and digital, and Switch 2 physical and digital, available to you today. So use my link pinned up top, or do ! Rune Factory to live your best adventuring life today. The main is cute though. This one, Iroha, she would be the one that I would want to woo if I played the game. It's a fantasy dating. No, it's not specifically a dating sim game. There are love components in it. So if you were to find like a particular character that you really like and really vibe with, and you want to woo them or have the ultimate storyline goal to be to marry them and happily ever after, that can be an option for you. But that does not mean that this whole game is focused around the love. It's more of just a life sim farming combat game. For the adventure, you can play out your storyline however you want. You can save villages. You can what's the word called? You can rid of lands and villages of like evil characters and stuff like that. So you can be an adventurer, you can be a farmer, you can play more combat, you can play more relaxed, up to you. But there are components of love that you can pursue if that's what you want. the game is not. My life is. The game has cool. They do actually really have cool boss fights. I don't know what the bosses are called, but I did actually see gameplay for the game itself, and the combat is actually really cool. I don't know what it's called because I'm not too much of a gamer, but it's kind of like the third person, where you can, like, there's like bows and arrows, there's talismans, there's a bunch of different like special techniques and weapons that you can use to kill enemies and stuff like that. But it looks cool. The combat looks very smooth. Wait, wasn't there a trailer that was supposed to be released now, Shadow? I am the parry lord. This is true, but if there was a parrying option in the game, I think I would be the king of parry. I know. I think there was a trailer that was supposed to be launching like half an hour ago. Yeah. Because I haven't watched it yet either. I think it's a new trailer that just got released. So I want to watch it too. I'm looking over there because there's a mirror there. I can see the video. I'm curious. I am the gaming Gam Gam. You're just jealous. You're just jealous that no one calls you the gaming warlord.
Remember when I told you I was driving home and you wished for me to crash? Well, thanks, Giri. You jinx. I just crashed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That's right, I crashed right into chat's DMs.
Okay.
Top chat Riz.
As if you would crash and go like, you know what I'm gonna do in the middle of a car accident? I'm gonna tell my streamer that she messed everything up. I'm gonna do that right now. Is the video ready? Oh, there it is. The Black Dragon. That would be me.
He's a childhood friend of mine.
Not the Osana Najimi.
Please save our village.
Those monsters are drenched with blight.
You'd better turn back. Will you join me as a treasure hunter?
Oh my goodness.
I've made up my mind.
Such is the nature of the game.
You have my gratitude.
Come on, help us out.
I will lend you my strength. Stop me.
That is concerning. Some sort of automaton?
Back to the village. Now. Why are you doing this?
Oh no! Death! Betrayal! Treachery!
No, I must save that story for another time.
You're tearing down Azuma to remake it as a whole different realm. Azuma's fate rests with you.
Now, may your divine glory shine forth and bless us all forevermore!
Wait, so if I'm Kaguya, I'm the white dragon. If I'm Subaru, I'm the black dragon. Oh. Clarice is a bad. That was the other one. I was like, if it wasn't going to be Iroha, it was going to be Clarice. But yeah, I think the combat genuinely looks very, very cool and very, very awesome. So I think you guys would enjoy it. It's not turn-based. I think it's just RPG style of combat. But it looks smooth. I like it. Okay, let me go grab, where's my glass? Let me grab my roasted vegetables and take a look at the condition. Oh. Okay. Looking good, looking good. Where is it? Over here. Where are my chopsticks? Okay, so we have a little bit of fond, not too much because I poured in like a whole freaking gallon of oil by accident. But we have a little bit of fond on the side. Not too bad. I might want to take out some of the oil, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. We're gonna put it back on the stove here. We're gonna turn the the steamer back on, or the stove back on. We're gonna saute this for a little bit. Once it's still heating and, you know, cooking and all that stuff, we're gonna add in some red wine and some beef stock, and that's pretty much it for the base. And we're gonna add in the bouquet garni. We're gonna let it come to a boil. It looks so, I know, right? It looks so oily. That's why I was like, should I remove some? Maybe I will. Shh! Don't tell Rune Factory that I'm doing this, okay? Shh. It's our little secret. Shh. Okay. I think that's better now. I think that's a bit better now. At least when I stir fry it, it's not just like a mound of oil on the bottom. Just relax. Thank you so much for 33 months on Prime. Thank you.
Giri,
Okay.
it goes without saying that you do not keep any piece of clothing near fire, especially loose clothing. How about just taking a rubber band and securing your sleeves?
But it's not cute. It's not cute. I'm being careful. I'm being careful. Okay, we need about 4 splashes, so 4 tablespoons roughly. 4 splashes. 1, 2. Oh! No, I messed up the sequence. No. Okay, hold on. I messed up the sequence. I was supposed to add in tomato paste. No, I was supposed to do a tablespoon. It's okay, it's okay.
Giri, you know what is really cute? Scars from third-degree burns. You know how you worry about that bald spot? Well, imagine it much bigger and burned.
Okay, once it gets really tense, then I'll change it. But right now, it's okay. I can just hoist my sleeves up too. Okay, it's condensing. I did 2 tablespoons of red wine, right? The tomato paste is a little bit of sautéing, so that's why you're supposed to do that first before you put in the red wine. But I totally forgot. You need 1 tablespoon of tomato paste, so roughly half a tube-ish for what I have. Okay, now we're gonna add in the remaining red wine, which is another 2 tablespoons. 1, 2. For deglazing. Iruha's romance arc. No, it's fine, guys. Everything is under control, okay? Everything is under control. Iruha will be mine. She will be like, oh my god, you're so good at cooking, Agiri. And I'm like, yeah, I know, babe. Thank you. This is what? 500? 500 is 2 cups? How many millimeters is a cup? 250. So that was 2 cups. I need 4 of these. Okay. One full thing is about 6, so I'm gonna need another 2 cups. This is a lot of water. Is this 500? Yeah. Oh my god, is this the right amount of water? That's crazy. It's gonna be reducing down like forever. Okay. This is gonna be the soupiest. We need 1 liter of stock. No, we need 3 cups of stock, but it needs to reduce down quite a bit. So it's gonna go from 8 cups of water to 3 cups. So it is intentional to have a lot, but now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, damn, this is quite a bit. Rapid boil. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the heat up and bring it up to a boil. So this will be steaming up the kitchen for a little bit. And then we have our bouquet garni, which had the parsley, the thyme, the bay leaves, and the black peppercorn. Just Just soak that in there. And I think a little bit of scum will start to kind of bubble up at the very top once it does start to boil. Not right now because I have so much water in there, but we're gonna boil this on pretty much just a boil, not simmer or anything, just to kind of reduce it a little bit faster. But a bit of the scum will start bubbling, the little bubbles and stuff. We're just gonna use a skimmer and skim that off. And then just let that reduce until it's like a deep, dark, brown, clear liquid. Oh, technically this is supposed to be beef stock, so I'm gonna add some beef bouillon. 1 stick? Maybe 2 sticks, because there's quite a bit. 8-hour sauce incoming? No! Like, it surely is not gonna take 8 hours to reduce 8 cups to 3. The recipe said an hour and a half, so I think we're good. I think we're chilling. I'm gonna add 2 full sticks for the beef bouillon, and then we'll season it as we go, or season it as needed. And this tomato paste we can still use for another day. Okay. I can see a bit of the scum forming already, but once it boils, I might switch the stove top so I can keep using the regular one. Your stove will turn off 30 minutes after. No, I can set a timer for like maybe 2 hours or something, and it should be able to maintain the. It should be able to maintain the time, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm not too sure. Boil! By the powers of Azuma! I hope it boils or reduces effectively in the course of the next 2 hours or so. But we'll see. 3 cups is 750 millimeters. So basically that bottle of wine. 8 cups is 2 liters. That much? That's gonna be a lot of sauce. They wanted 3 cups, so when we make a roux and everything, it'll make it into like a nice thick sauce at the end. So they said 3 cups. They said aim for 3 cups. If it's a bit more than 3 cups, apparently you can just leave out whatever is over the 3 cup mark, and you can freeze it and use it in the future for something else. So some demiglaze can take up to 18 hours. Yeah, that's what chat was saying. So that's why I was like, I think an hour and a half is okay. I think for the 18-hour one, they might be like simmering it, so they're really, really slowly extracting the flavors. But since this is not real French cuisine, this is like a Japanese version of French cuisine. This should be right. This should be okay. This is the type of demiglaze that we would use for things like hayashi rice, and also kind of like the barbecue sauce or the glaze sauce for hamburger steak, which is what we're going to be making specifically today. Okay. While that's boiling, I think I'm going to switch it over now, because we're going to need a little bit of the onion and stuff like that. Where's my other glove? This one. I'm going to switch it to this side. Oh my god, please don't burn. Okay. Alright, I just want this stovetop ready, so when we have, we're gonna make some onions for the hamburger patty. I've done this hamburger patty recipe way back before for a stream. I haven't done it in a while, but roughly 2 or 3 years ago was when I last made it. I made it maybe two or three times already for the hamburger patty, but it's very, very simple. You can use a recipe if you're a little bit more timid about cooking, or if you're a little bit unsure about ratios, but honestly for me, you can probably just use your eyes and it should be pretty much okay. I'm gonna be making a 2 patty serving. You could make the 1 big ass patty if you want, but I think for the small minced beef package that I bought, which is about like this big, I think that's pretty reasonable for 2 regular sized patties or 3 smaller sized patties. I think for the sake of ratio and rationing for our specific diets, I'm going to do the 3 small ones, so Shadow can have 2 and I'll have the 1, but realistically it'll make 2 average sized patties. So for 2 average size patties, we just need half an onion. So we'll just take the other onion that we didn't use. Oh, it's boiling! Pause. There's not a lot of scum. It's very little scum. I thought there would be way more. But it's actually pretty chill. Oh my goodness, it's boiling like crazy. That's a crazy boil. Oh my god. Chat will take 2 big ass patties, please. Okay. Is everyone bulking? Huh? Shadow's bulking. Chat's bulking. Every guardian of Azuma is bulking. There's not enough food in this game to go around, man. We're gonna be farming for like years. Just trying to supply like a few heroes. I see scum right there. Right there? You mean where you're right there where the chat is? Yeah, right there. Oh yeah, where is the chat? Why is chat not on screen? Okay, I think I have most of the scum off. It was so little. It wasn't that bad. I thought it was gonna be way worse.
Kiri looks quite adorable and cute in her outfit. Just like the wonderful stars of Rune Factory, guardians of Azuma.
Just like the scars? Just like the stars of Rune Factory. Thank you. I just wanted to be Kaguya, you know. That was my lifelong dream. Okay, I'm gonna give this a quick little rinse. Okay, now I'm gonna use this. Oops. Now I'm gonna use this to catch all my onions. Dry this just a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna keep that at a pretty ferocious boil. I hope that the high heat is not going to cause my oven to want to like retaliate and go like, it's too hot. Turn it off, man. Because that happens before. So we'll see what happens. Then I'm gonna be not wrestling the gods. I'm gonna be wrestling my stove. But until then, I'm just gonna keep it at a really strong boil. I don't know if you probably can't see, but you can see. It's a very strong boil right now. So I'm gonna keep it there. And hopefully that'll start reducing. Once it's down to the halfway mark, I might turn the heat down a little bit just to slow it down and see if I can reduce it a little bit more tenderly. But for now, I'm just gonna keep it there. Okay, so we're gonna do the onions first, and the reason is we're gonna be mixing in cooked onion with raw meat. Cooked onion is a very classic addition to hamburger steak. It makes the hamburger steak a little bit more well seasoned, a little bit more depth of flavor, but it also makes it really tender. So there's 2 things that you add to hamburger steak to make it tender, and not really like, you're not eating like a meatball, and you're eating more of like a nice kind of like a Salisbury steak almost. So it's cooked onion. You can do raw onion, but it won't cook as evenly, so cooked onion is preferred. And also breadcrumb, panko breadcrumb. So we're gonna do both of those, and we're gonna add egg as a binder so that when we do sear the burger patty, it's not gonna fall apart and turn into mincemeat and stuff like that. So very simple technique wise. You just need cooked onion, egg, and panko. Just use your eyes and estimate the amount. It's really not that difficult, but I can walk you through it. And then anybody can make a hamburger steaky for yourself or your loved ones, for that shrine maiden that you've been eyeing this whole time, but you didn't have the courage to say you love her. You know, maybe you can impress her with your hamburger steak. Okay, so you want to mince your onions minced, smaller. You don't really want to be eating large chunks or flakes of onion when you're eating your burger patty. It's more supposed to be like a hidden ingredient instead of going like, wow, that's an onion. So you do kind of want to mince it a little bit on the smaller side. So, oops. So cut it how you normally would for an onion. So I cut a few cuts this way. And then I'm gonna cut a few cuts this way.
You know how some people put pineapple slices on ham before tossing it into the oven? Is that to help make it tender and juicy? Should I add pineapple to chat? Wait, NVM, they already are tender and juicy.
This is just chat romancing each other. Guys, the game. The characters in the game, remember, we're trying to woo the characters in the game, not each other. That's already been done. That's already been done. That's just the default status of whatever game you're playing currently right now, guys, okay? Focus on Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma chat. Oh my goodness. I already wooed the characters by buying the game. You did? Yay! So the last bits, because this is not the typical way I would prefer to be mincing onion. Normally the butt would still be attached to kind of keep it together. So this one, I'm just going to run my knife over it roughly. Oh, the onions! They're making my eyes water and sniffle. Okay. Once it is a nice rough chop, place them here. Okay. And then we're going to turn the heat on this side. I've already wooed the knight. Yeah, and then you're probably here because you didn't succeed, right? Huh? That's why you're here. Ooh. Almost broke something. Okay, a little bit of oil.
Well,
not
there's
too much
no
this
need
time.
to woo chat. I already have max affection level with the whole chat. Iroha and Clarice, we can just share with each other, okay?
Share? I don't know. Well, why are you assuming that people want to share, huh? I don't know. I feel like chat doesn't want to share. Everybody in chat, everything is fun in games until you have to share, and everyone becomes a single child mentality, and they go like, "Nuh-uh, that's mine. I'm not sharing with anybody." Share? No. You guys are all selfish, and we know it.
I came here for the chat and the game. Sadly, we are stuck looking at the hag in the middle.
God damn it! No sharing. You guys don't know damn well that you hate sharing. Okay, I'm gonna add a little bit of vegetable oil. You can do olive oil if you want. It's not that big of a deal. Get a little bit of the oil. Wait until it's a little bit hot. We're only gonna saute this until it's kind of cooked through, translucent, soft. We're not caramelizing it. We're not rendering it down until it becomes a jam. Just a little bit cooked is all we're looking for. And the reason why we do want to make this beforehand is because if you do put hot, fresh off the pan, sauteed onion into fridge cold raw beef, that's how you get salmonella or E. coli or whatever other disease that can happen even in the game. Yes, even characters in the game can get salmonella and potentially E. coli or food poisoning if you're not careful with your foods. And you don't want to be giving Iroha a tummy ache, do you? Or Clarice or anybody else? So just make sure you give it enough time to let the cooked onions cool down to room temperature before you incorporate it into the raw meat. I'm gonna grab all my little onions. Okay. And then I do a little, just a little saute. A really simple. You don't have to season it or anything because we're gonna be seasoning mostly the beef patty mixture once we get to that step. So you don't have to season this. That's totally fine. If you get some big uneven pieces, you can take it out. So you don't end up eating like accidentally a large chunk of onion with your patty. Like that one. Everything else seems okay. She can Iro my heart. I don't, what's that even mean? I won't give Clarice a tummy ache, but I can give her, okay. Focus, everybody. Focus. Onions are sauteing. It's still not quite translucent yet, so I'm gonna let that continue for a little bit more. Let me grab the extra large pieces and we can throw those away. Some of us like bigger parts for the onion. I mean, for this particular thing, it might just be a little bit better if it's homogeneous, but if you do like bigger pieces, if you're making it for yourself, then feel free to leave the bigger pieces in. I just don't really like the shock factor of like one really large piece, and it kind of separates the meat into chunks if the onion slices are way too big. So I prefer a little bit smaller. Oh shit, there it comes. No, shut up!
Guys, Giri here has a method to wooing girls. Give the girl you like some stomachache. Then we can take care of her and increase her affection level. Good plan, Giri.
It's all according to Keikaku. It's all coming together. Now you guys see my vision, okay? Now you see the vision. Okay, onions are cooking. They're browning. They're doing a bunch of the oniony things. Did it try to stop boiling? It was telling me that it was hot enough, and I'm like, you shut your mouth. I'll tell you when you're hot enough. So I put a timer on it, and hopefully it'll be okay. I do see it reducing a lot already, because earlier at the really, really rapid boil stage, it was like at the brink of coming out, but it was like perfectly towards the top edge. But now, I don't know if you noticed, but there is a bit of a gap there now. So it is definitely reducing, which is good. Okay. Onions are done. I'm gonna put these over here and just let that, you want to take it, you want to put it not into a small bowl, unless you have tons of time, then you can do a small bowl. That's fine, because then it'll have enough time to cool down. But if you are like, you know, cooking and in a hurry and you don't want to be waiting around for too long, I do recommend getting a larger plate or something like that, so you can spread the onions down to a thin layer so it can cool down much quicker. But a bowl is fine if you have nothing else to use. A plate is recommended. Okay, maybe a chopstick was not the best tool to be maybe the thing is not a chopstick is not the best tool to be.
If I only have,
doing
let's
this.
say, 4 minutes to make a complete meal with meats, veggies, carbs, and it can't be a sandwich, what do?
If I only have 4 minutes to make a complete meal with meat, veggies, carbs, and it can't be a sandwich, what do? Oh. 4 minutes? 4 minutes is such a big time constraint. A sandwich would make sense. I was gonna say maybe a soup or like a noodle soup or something like that. I think that would be nice if you have some instant noodles lying around, or some quick cook noodles, and then you can have a nice little broth or a nice little saute, and then you saute with your leftover meat or your ground beef or whatever and your veggies. I think that'll be nice. That can probably get whipped up into 4 minutes. But if you only have 4 minutes, that's difficult. Indomie. Indomie with everything else. A wrap is kind of like a sandwich, right? A wrap is kind of like a sandwich. If you don't have 4 minutes, don't eat a bag of popcorn. But they were saying that there's meat, veggies, and carbs and something else, right? I was having a challenge for demiglaze, but then she just took concentrated beef stock, add water, and boil it back to concentrate again. No, I took water and beef bouillon. Or do you mean I was going to make my own beef stock? Girl, I don't have 18 hours to make custom beef stock, okay? I just have beef bouillon and that's all I got. That's an interesting question. A wrap is a sandwich? It's a sandwich, right? Kinda.
Look, don't blame me.
Onions are
You work
spread
a
out.
12-hour shift. Work out for 2 hours. Shower. Take care of a cat. Get enough sleep,
cat.
and somehow find time to cook. Smudging.
Then you're gonna have to meal plan, girl. I feel like you're gonna have to commit to a meal plan. Bouillon is
Good evening,
concentrated
chat.
beef stock?
Are
Yeah,
you
and then put
bored
it
in
into 8
life?
cups of water.
Nothing to do. Or you're looking for sign to have someone in life? Are you looking for a waifu? Just like Giri? Or not Giri? Or another lovely waifu in game? Then what are you waiting for? Guardians of Azuma is here for you. Better than Kunda waifus dance.
Better than that. Wait, I think it finished halfway through. Dancing on a boat. But wait, there's more. After you purchase the Guardian of Azuma, don't forget to check out the... Wait, it got starred out. What was it? But yes, if I didn't say it before, I will say it again. Today's stream is sponsored by Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma. It is a life sim, love sim, farming sim, exploration sim, combat sim type of a game. It just released today, and it's now available for PC on Steam, physical and digital for both Switch and the Switch 2, if you were lucky enough to get the Switch 2 today. So hop over and get the game today and live out your best Japan aesthetic life. Yeah, Pog. Rune Factory Pog. Yeah. No, actually is there gacha? I don't think there is a gacha component to the game. I don't think there was. I think it's just a purely exploration game. You can make friends, you can explore different lands and everything like that, but I don't think it's actually gacha. I don't think it is. It's just an RPG or JRPG, an RPG. So don't worry, there's not gonna be any like microtransactions and stuff like that. It's just for you to fully immerse yourself in the Japanese aesthetic and the Oriental lifestyle. You can explore different sceneries, different seasons, different landscapes, and everything like that. Not to have a gacha. Yeah, it's just a regular RPG game with some farming and some fighting. I feel like usually farming games or life sim games are pretty like relaxed. There's not a lot of like fighting or combat to it, but there is a lot of adventure and treasures and all that stuff, and a lot of nice overarching storylines too. Only microtransactions. Well, it'll just be the game pretty much, but I think I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit. It's reducing quite a bit. Have you guys noticed? It's actually reducing quite a bit. It's a good sign. I'm gonna keep it at a boil, but I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. Okay, now that we have the preparatory stuff ready, we're gonna prep one more thing because it needs to rest in the fridge, and then we can move on to cooking everything else. Are the DLC? I heard there were some what was it called? Crossovers and collabs with different games for Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma, that you can actually download too. I think there was, I forget the name, but I was looking at the trailer today. It was a different character. It was from a different game, but it was for the collab. We have finished prepping, so we're gonna be prepping all of the we finished prepping all of the other things that I wanted to prep. So now I have time to prep the thing that I'm supposed to prep. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. That's what I was supposed to say. Potato, tomato. Okay, we're gonna be making the real prep starts now. Okay, we do want to make tart shells. I could have gone the easy route and maybe just use a ramekin. You can definitely go to the store and buy the pre-made pie, the pie shell that's already been pre-baked and everything like that. But I mean, I kind of want to put in a bit of effort because again, aijo komete ryori o tsukurimasu. I want to show Ira how much I truly love her, from the tippy of my toes to the top of my head, including my bald spot. So I wanted to try to really impress her with my cooking and baking skills. So we're gonna try making the pie tart sheet dough thing ourselves. It's not really a puff pastry, it's more of a cookie type of base. The dough is pretty simple. We just have to whip up a few things. Oh my god, I almost pulled my toe. I almost pulled my toe. Okay, I think I'm okay. I got so excited. Ah! Ow! Okay, hold on. No, I'm old. Wait, hold on. Do I need to drink water? Why is my toe pulling? Ah! okay. I think I'm okay now. I'll have a sip of water. You know when you're sometimes like standing too long, or you're like standing in a weird position for too long, and then suddenly your toes pull or something. Yeah, I got the weird gam cramps. I get it all the time now. You guys don't get that? You guys don't know what I'm talking about? Oh man. Okay, we're gonna need a bowl. This one's wet for some reason, so let me dry it. Well, nowadays it's not considered random. I just get it like twice a month or something. I could literally be sleeping or like watching TV in bed or something, and I would like stretch a little bit, and then my whole toe or my calves
Looks
cramp.
like we will be off to a great start next week, Papu.
Oh no, frick. Don't worry, walking. I have definitely had toe cramps while I'm walking, but obviously I don't want to just like stop in the middle of the road and take my shoes off and start screaming that my toe is cramping. So definitely a few times on stream where I just didn't tell you guys and I pretended that it wasn't happening. But inside I was freaking panicking. I was like, oh my god. With every step, it cramps a little bit more. So I either slow down a little bit or I pretend like, oh, look at that, guys. So I can stop for a minute and kind of like shake my feet out or something. But there's definitely been a few times for walking streams. Not biking. So far, nothing for biking. But a lot. It does happen sometimes for walking. And I'll have to like mid panic and I go like, oh my god, I hope this stops or else I can't keep walking. Yeah. No, I don't think it's my shoe. Toe cramps are normal. They are for me now. Like I would just watch TV, like laying down in my bed watching TV, and then I would be like stretching a little bit, like stretch, right? And then just like bing. And then my calves pull or my toes pull. I think that's what happens when you, it's just naturally what happens when you reach 21, guys. Okay, we're gonna make the tart shell really quick. It just takes a little bit of time to cool down. So we're going to make the dough, roll it out nice and thin. We're gonna keep it in the fridge for about, as long as we need until we're ready to come back to assembling and baking and everything like that. So that can just sit in the fridge indefinitely until we're ready. And if you're not really using it right away, if you're making a big batch, then just pop it into the freezer. That's totally fine. So we need 50 grams of butter. I have some room temperature, like I always say for baking, room temperature, never cold, unless you're making like a pie dough where something needs to be flaky, then use very cold, if not frozen butter. But if you're making like something that's not flaky, more of a buttery cookie, cakey consistency, then always room temperature. Everything room temperature. Okay, I'm gonna try eyeballing. That's 35. Ah, 58. $51. Okay. That's pretty good. I'll put that there. Oh. Okay. Sugar. 30 grams of icing sugar. Okay, so not regular sugar, we need icing sugar. What if the room is too hot? In that case, then maybe set your butter out like an hour before you need to use it instead of just leaving it out on the countertop the whole day. This one I actually took out 2 hours ago, so it's really not that much longer. But the kitchen, now that everything is on, it is definitely really hot, so you can do that. Or you can do the trick where you take out fridge cold butter, if it's like a stick of it, put hot water into a cup, let it sit there for a little bit so it retains the heat of the hot water. Drain the hot water and using the residual heat, cup it over the stick of butter, and that residual heat will be enough to also melt your butter a little bit. was like, there's no way I should be running out of icing sugar. I should have so much icing sugar. Okay, I need 30 grams. Oh, sifted. Damn it. Ah, it's okay. I should have sifted it. 30 grams of icing sugar. Okay. 30 grams of icing sugar. To butter. No, please don't butter anybody. Okay, the only thing that you're supposed to be buttering is your wallet for the game. Haha. Okay, I'm gonna grab a whisk. What the Shrine Maiden Onigiri doing? I am making a meal of love to woo my favorite character so far in the game, Iroha. Okay, so we have our butter and we have our icing sugar. Hopefully a whisk is enough to kind of break it down, but we want to, oh dear. Okay, we're gonna have to thrash this around a little bit, but we want to completely combine the butter with the icing sugar. Maybe we should use a spatula first. I don't think I want to blow my nosy. Maybe the butter is not completely soft enough. Okay. Once we're ready for the whisk, we'll use the whisk. Okay. We're going to use the spatula first, just to massage the butter away, massage the butter into a more soft consistency, like that. Yes, or else it's just gonna get stuck on the whisk and then it's not gonna do anything. It's not frozen, it's very soft and tender, just like the pure love that you will find in Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. Okay, this is definitely looking a little bit softer, and I'm also able to kind of pop some of the icing sugar clumps, because you're supposed to be sifting this. I kind of forgot, so I kind of already dropped it in there. Sifting it will help kind of release a lot of the clumps in the icing sugar. If you live in a warm and humid environment, it tends to clump like that. Okay, now that it's kind of mixed in, I think it's whisking time. I think it's safe to start whisking. It turned into frosting. Yeah, it's very, very quick. So you want to beat the butter for a little bit. You see how it's kind of like still sticking to the whisk a little? This will take a little bit of patience, but sometimes beating it left and right like this will help release the butter from the whisk, but it'll also incorporate a little bit of air, and it'll also help you homogenize and mix whatever you're trying to combine quite evenly. So once it's kind of soft like this, I wouldn't be too worried about it being stuck to the whisk. You just kind of want to thrash it around a little. So it's nicely mixed. This would be a little bit easier if you had plenty of time and let the butter really come to room temperature, because I kind of started doing this, 2 hours ago. It's not super room temperature. It's just barely. So this is pretty good. You can kind of see it's not really sticking to my whisk anymore. I can just start tapping it out and it's totally fine. So that looks pretty well mixed to me. How long to release the butter? Well, if it's kind of stuck in the whisk like this, as long as if you tap it and releases like that, that's pretty good. As long as it's very soft and malleable and not kind of holding shape and stiff, then that's really good. All right, and then we want a room temperature egg yolk, not a whole egg yolk. So we're gonna take one of these. This one has also been sitting on my desk for about 2 hours, so hopefully it's room temperature enough, but we'll have to see. Is there any difference between the PC and the Nintendo Switch version? I don't think so. I think for pricing on Steam, I think it was 7,000 something yen. On Switch, I believe on the regular Switch, it was labeled as $59.99 USD. I think and then Switch 2 was $69.99, something like that. And the combo bundle was $99.99. Okay, and then we just mix our. If your egg and your butter is not the same temperature, it will curdle and it'll separate. So just make sure everything is same temperature and even room temperature. And then again, we're going back to beating it, just left and right, in same direction, circles if you have to, just to make sure everything is well incorporated. Okay. Do fondants and frostings have different uses? Yeah, fondant is mostly for decoration on the outside. It serves as a protective skin for the cake. And you can also use it to mold things like flowers and figurines, and a whole bunch of other things. It's usually used for molding and creating things. Frosting is the filling and the flavoring for the cake. So they are fundamentally two different things. Okay. That's pretty good. What else goes in there? 1 egg yolk, 80 grams. Oh, I forgot to check what my almond flour was. I was supposed to use almond flour, but I thought I had some. But I'm not so sure. Oh, I do. Oh my god. No, I froze it because I know I don't use it like too often. So I froze it. Oh my god. Okay. Where is my regular flour? Where's my regular flour? We can solve this. Let me blow my nosy really quick. We can solve this. If we are to be the guardians of Azuma, we can solve this. I washi my hand though. Frozen flour? No, I froze my almond flour because almond flour is a little bit more perishable
I know
than
an
regular
easy
flour.
way to thaw it really quickly. Toss it in the air fryer. If it can make bread, it can thaw out food. Trust me, I's the smart brain.
I don't believe you, sir. It's gonna melt the plastic. Just blow it out, Gary. No one will hear you. Nuh-uh. I'm gonna be like, oh really? And then I do that, and then I do that, and then everyone's gonna be like, oh my god, for the love of God, never do that again, Gary. Don't even lie to me. Don't even lie to me. I can fix this. Maybe I can open it up and introduce a little bit of air into the bag. And then it'll maybe soften up a little bit. Aha! I knew it because it's powder. It's not actually like you know how when you freeze almonds by itself, it's not going to actually like freeze because there's no water in there to freeze necessarily. Sometimes there's a little bit of moisture that comes with almond flour naturally, because the smaller it is, the easier it is for like moisture to get trapped in there. That's why it was kind of hard, but ultimately it's not that hard. Okay. Okay. All right. This is also reducing quite nice. I don't know if you can tell, but you literally can't even see the level of the water anymore. So I'm gonna turn it down even lower. So we're gonna just even slowly simmer that. I'm getting hungry. Okay. I think this is still not 3 cups though. This is still way more than 3 cups. So I'm gonna let that keep going. I'll let that keep reducing. Yeah, it's now kind of at a simmer, a small-ish simmer. Okay, I'm gonna try to get my flour measurements in. Okay. Okay, never mind. No! Get in there. Okay. Put everything on the same knife so it doesn't get dirty. Can this... No. No! Okay. Okay, how do I solve this? Okay, I can do it. I can do it. I wasn't gonna use the sifter because I fear that the clumpy almond flour won't break down properly, but I think we'll have to do it this way. Okay, we need 80 grams of regular all-purpose flour. 80 grams. $73. 81. Okay. And we need 20 grams of almond flour. For real, those sleeves are making... No, I'm able to just like grab it back and I'm okay. I am a cautious woman. Do I look that uncautious to you? I am very cautious. Okay, and then 20. Hopefully, I might have to use a chopstick or a spoon and poke at it a little bit. 11. 20. Okay, perfect. Back to the freezer you go. Seal it up nice and tight. If I ever need to make more protein cookies, I'll use this again. Or macarons. My toe is pulling again! What? Ugh. Release me from the devil! Okay. I think I'll be okay. Get the flour and the almond flour in there. Gout? No, it's not gout. Like it doesn't like hurt, and it doesn't hurt in the joint. It just hurts like because it feels like the nerve or the tendon is being pulled on. Look, my little almond lumps are dancing around. I don't know if you can see that. They're kind of hard to break down, but you can use your hands a little bit and kind of smoosh it. Give it a little bit of extra help. See if it goes down. I might need a spoon or something to push down all the lumps. There's a really big one in here.
Giri, every time you say you are cautious, things happen.
I-
Like your Minnie Mouse cup being broken, or you
Guys!
falling down the stairs in the boat, or you falling down a cliff. So please, trust us for your safety. Please fasten the sleeves, okay?
I'm super cautious. Super cautious. Don't even worry about it. And I'm not doing anything super crazy right now. I am just literally getting some flour and some butter together. It'll be okay. Until it's not okay. But when we get there, we get there. Okay, a little bit of the mix-ins. See, I can hold my sleeves back. I have a sense of what's going on around the side of my body and everything like that, you know? Okay, almond flour and then a little bit of a mix. So now it might be a little bit harder to mix because we're incorporating dry ingredients into what is technically wet ingredients. I think a spatula would have worked a bit better. I think I'm going to switch to a spatula. Let me let me knock the rest of this out. It's time to switch tools. You're flying everywhere. Have you ever tried making homemade desserts and sweets or food for a person that you've wooed before, chat? Has it gone well for you guys? I feel like it's so hard to, like, even if, let's say, the food didn't turn out amazing or something, I feel like the effort and the intention is what makes it really, really sweet, you know? I can't imagine it to be going horrible if you did ever do that. No? Of course it didn't go well. What do you mean? Okay, fine. Well, it couldn't, it doesn't have to be just the cooking part. It could have been after, right? Like, it could have succeeded and then someone else, like, messed it up, right? Or you messed it up, like, during another time, you know? With a banana tart tartin? Ooh. And it didn't go well? Or did it go amazing? Okay, it's coming together. So I'm doing a little bit of a stir. I'm doing a little bit of a press technique. I'm not actually stirring it really, really like crazy. Not crazy style Dayo. So just a little bit of a stir to grab the sides and also the bottom in case there's any dry flour. And then I kind of just press into it just to wait to allow the flour to hydrate with the butter. And this as is really good already. So we're going to take this out.
I have never made
parchment
sweets
paper.
for a lover. I have however made a bang lasagna for one once. They even asked me to make it for their mama. That was an ego boost for sure.
Wait, you made it for yourself? I have, however, made a banger lasagna for once. They even asked, so not yourself? The chalk muffins were good, but they weren't interested. Oh man, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry that didn't work out. Okay. Our dough ball is ready. I'm going to remove the cutting board now. Not crazy press style stir. I got it. Yeah, just a little bit of a stir. It'll hydrate pretty quickly. Honestly, it doesn't take too much time. So just don't stir like a madman. Just a little bit of pressing and turning is good enough. Okay, I'm gonna grab parchment paper, not saran wrap, parchment paper, and we're actually gonna grab 2 pieces of this. So grab 1 and grab 2 of the same size. Okay, this might be bigger than what we need, but better bigger than not big enough, and we can always cut it down later if we need to. So you grab your first sheet here, lay it nice and flat, and you grab your little dough ball. Because we're making several sweet potato tarts, not one big one. This will work for one big one too, but I'm gonna use like a smaller mold so if we can make a few smaller ones just so that's a bit easier to eat later on. Also a little bit cuter and a little bit truer to the picture that was provided in the game. We're gonna make a few small ones instead, but we do want to make it into a thin sheet. So one, it cools down faster because we obviously you can't just cook it off when it's still so like sticky and tacky like this. You need it to be a lot harder and cold. But also you can also cut it better when it's a little bit more flat. So you want to take your one sheet and then you want to take your second sheet and then you just want to use your hands and kind of just, and it's parchment paper, so don't worry, it won't stick. That's why we're using parchment paper instead of saran wrap. And then I'm just gonna try to make it kind of neater so it doesn't crack too much. And then we're gonna grab a rolling pin. So now that it's in a circle, we're gonna grab the rolling pin, and we don't have to roll it because it's quite soft right now. We just have to use our rolling pin and kind of push it to the left and to the right until it flattens out a lot more and also thin enough. We're gonna roll it as thin as we need it so that it's ready to cut once it comes out of the fridge. So a little bit of pushing in every direction. This side is looking a little bit thinner already, so I kind of fucked it up, so I'm gonna go from the middle. If it is easier, we can try rolling it, but I feel like it's too soft. It's a little too soft, yeah. I'm just gonna keep pushing it until it is, I don't know, a few millimeters thick. Thin enough to make a tart shell, but not so thick that you can't put in any of the filling later. Okay. It looks like the parchment paper was not too big. Oh, no! The thickness. Okay. This side is a little bit too thin. I got it there by, I got it by accident. And every so often, now that when you're starting to feel like it might be thin enough, you can just pick it up on both sides. I kind of have a feel for it. See if it feels like it's quite even. You can also kind of look at it from the sides and go like, oh, that's thick enough, or that's not thick enough. I think we're almost there. So I'm just gonna thin it out just a little bit more, like the tiniest bit. But I'm not gonna try to aim for much thinner than this. I just want to make sure the edges are kind of even. And we'll make as many tarts as we can given this dough. But it can probably make one 6-inch mini pie. Okay, I'm going to take a look at it again. Okay, that feels pretty even all around. And it also looks pretty... Actually, you know what? I think I can go thinner. This is a pretty thick tart shell. Especially given how small the little tart molds are. I think we can go a little bit thinner. Or else all we're eating is tart and not the filling, you know? So just continuing the 6-hour sandwich from yesterday. No, I'm not. I already finished the 6-hour sandwich. I ate everything. My dad ate everything. They already apparently had like a full dinner before they came home, and they still ate all the sandwich that I gave them and everything. And my parents went back today too. I thought it was tomorrow. This morning I saw them, and I was like, oh, well, you guys are like, because usually they're already like out and about exploring by the time I wake up or do my stuff. So I'm like, oh, you guys are taking off late. Where are you gonna go play today? And then my mom was like, oh, we're leaving. And I'm like, okay, yeah, leaving where? And then they were like, we're leaving today. I'm like, where? They were like, I'm going home. And like, I thought that was tomorrow. And she was like, no, that was today. And I was like, wait, what about, because I wanted to go grab lunch with her and stuff too. And then she was like, no, I want to take this like really roundabout way for the public transportation, and I really want to try it out. So there's no time for lunch because that'll take all the time. And I'm like, what? Are you sure? I can just get you a taxi or whatever. He's like, no, I want you and your dad. I mean, me and your dad. We want to try doing this way. And I'm like, okay. So they just left. I thought I had until tomorrow to hang out with them, but it was today. They told me a date. I thought they told me the date was tomorrow, the 6th. No, the 5th. I thought the 5th was, is the 5th today? The 6th? I don't know. All the days are blending in together. I don't remember anymore. I booked early tickets to Escape. Today is the 5th. I thought she said the 6th or something. I probably thought the 5th was Saturday. Or Friday in any case. But yeah, so I did it. I was able to send them off, and I had some breakfast with them and stuff like that. But other than that, I think they had a really fun trip. They're very like independent, so they don't want to take the easy way route. They always want to take the cheapest way, and sometimes the cheapest way is really, really inconvenient, but they're only saving like $10. And I'm like, Mom, just take the most convenient way, or I'll pay you for the taxi. And they're like, no, me and your daddy, we can go anywhere. We have Google, we go. You don't worry. I save $10, so I'm like, okay, go save your $10, Mom. Okay, so this is my pie sheet. It's nice and thin. Now I'm gonna put it into the fridge as is, and I'm gonna let it cool down. Do I have a big space big enough for this? Okay, hold on. I don't know if I have can squeeze it in. I can squeeze it in. It's fine. It's fine. It was looking a little dicey, but I can squeeze it in. It's fine. Wait, I just realized the little Oni bro was sitting on Iroha's plate. Oh, that's so cute. I was wondering where he went. I was like, I thought he was here, and then I just noticed that he was sitting on here. Oh, look at the little guy. He looks so at peace and having fun sitting there. I wish Oni mom and Oni dad plenty of adventures all over the world. Yep, I do too. My parents, ever since that, like, you know, the kids are out of the house and they don't have to actively worry about us anymore and stuff like that, they've definitely taken, like, you know, the opportunity by its horns. They have traveled to more places than I have. Not that I, like, love traveling or, you know, insinuate that I travel a lot. I don't. But they do travel quite a bit. They've been to, they're like little globetrotters. They've been to the Netherlands. They've been to Iceland. They've been to, I think, Australia and New Zealand. Obviously, places like China and stuff. I don't think they've really been to Southeast Asia as much. They really should, but they haven't been to Southeast Asia. They've been to places like Hong Kong, Taiwan. They've been to France and Italy and all that and all those places. Where else did they go? Did they go to Norway? I think Alaska for one of those, like, you know, cruises and whatnot. Oh, they've been to the Caribbean, the Bahamas. They travel quite a bit, and I'm glad. I'm glad that they're, like, able to keep themselves busy and have the what is it called? The spending money to treat themselves and things like that. They go to a lot of, like, cruises with their church friends. Apparently a lot of the church moms are like, yo, I found this really good deal. You want to go? You want to go to this random cruise? And everyone's like, they're like, yeah. And I'm just like, wow. I wish I can just be like, yo, you want to go to a cruise, friend? And everyone's just like, yeah, let's go on a cruise. My parents live a more lavish lifestyle than I do. And now, of course, I've been to places like Japan. I think they've also been to Korea. Yeah, a lot of places. I just got here. What are we making? We are making a 3-course meal to woo our potential love interest in Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma, which is a sponsor of today's stream, actually. But they do have a really cool cooking component in the game where you can farm and barter and trade or forage for different kinds of materials and ingredients that you'll need for cooking. That obviously will help with XP, EXP, whatever. And it'll also help with potentially wooing love interests. So there's definitely a lot of dishes to be discovered and to make in the game. But I'm just making 3 of them. 1 starter, 1 main, and 1 dessert. So we're just doing a lot of the preparatory work for all 3 dishes right now. You can come with us on a cruise. I feel like, has anyone, I feel like this is like an out of touch question considering the economy and just everything like that. But to be fair, I haven't gone to one for a long time. The last one was with family. But has anyone been to a cruise recently? And I mean recently, like the last, I don't know, within the 5 years or something. I feel like the last time I went, I was still like a young adult or something. Like I'm pretty sure I was either high school or maybe university, which was a while ago. I feel like cruises back then were really nice. I've been to one I think in high school and maybe one in university, and they were really fun. They were all inclusive. They had a lot of fun things on the ship. There's like slides, there's shows, there's magician. One of the funnest activity that they had for the cruise was a bingo night. Oh my god, best thing ever. Everybody, like, cause I don't want to be like, oh, that old lady is playing bingo, like, to me, right? So I'm just like, well, I want to play bingo. Just because I'm young doesn't mean I can't play bingo. So for cruises, you can just like sneak in with everyone else and everyone's playing bingo, so who the hell cares, right? And I remember that was like the funnest cruise ever. I think it was called the it was just a very classic cruise. It was called the Royal Caribbean. I don't know what the proper way. It was just to discover the Caribbean islands and stuff. I didn't really get off too much, but I was just mostly on the cruise because my first cruise as a high schooler, I was like, this shit is the best thing ever. Unlimited ice cream, unlimited pizza, unlimited California rolls. That was the first time I had cream cheese in sushi, and I was like, anyways, and then to be fair, the Royal Caribbean was a really good cruise for family because they had like the water slide and an amusement park. They had like a whole bunch of shit. It was really, really nice. And then I went to a different one. I think it was called Royal Princess or something. That one was not as family orientated, so they did still have the things, but I always felt like it was a little bit lacking. I felt like that one was more for just older couples or just couples in general who just want to relax and do nothing. So the food was still unlimited and stuff like that. For those who don't know, when I first went on the Royal Caribbean, my mind was absolutely blown because for the lunch and dinner menu, you go to the restaurant. Everyone goes to the same restaurant unless you paid for like the grand class A plan, then you might be in a different restaurant. But everyone else is basically in the one big one, and the restaurant's quite nice. There's like service and everything, and there's like, you know, the appetizer, the soup, the main, the dessert, the drink, and everything, and you can order everything. And I don't mean just like the opportunity to order anything. You can literally order everything. When they say unlimited, it is truly unlimited. And as like a 17-year-old, I was like, what world is it's like fantasy land. It's fantasy land for my stomach and for my tongue and stuff like that, you know? So basically, if they had salad, a bruschetta, a soup, and grilled scallops, whatever. And then you're like, they all look good. You can straight up look at this waiter in the eye and go like, I want salad, soup, bruschetta, and salad. And they wouldn't blink an eye. And then you can ask for grilled chicken and the steak and the fish so apparently, when I was a young growing lass of 17, you know, high schoolers tend to eat a little bit more, so I would order like the one steak, and then I would order like a fish or a chicken. I would eat two mains. I would eat one appetizer and two mains, and then I would probably go a little bit hog wild, and I'll order like 3 desserts because it'll be like chocolate cake, ice cream, sorbet, creme brulee. I don't know, the choices were endless, and then you would leave the lunch or dinner, and then you'll just see like a whole side of the boat with just sushi, just sprawled out like on the display table, just like all the way along the side of the boat. Sushi. Oh my god. And then pizza. I was like, okay, wow, pizza, that's really cool. But because I wasn't like that interested in pizza, I didn't indulge in the pizza as much. Also, you're just eating dough, okay? You need to eat your money's worth at these kind of places, okay? You're not going over there to eat rice and noodles and pizza with dough. No. It's all about meat and vegetables and fruits, okay? So I always steered away from the pizza, but sushi intrinsically is kind of a more expensive food in the wild, so I was indulging in the sushi, and then that was my first time having cream cheese in sushi, and I thought it was kind of weird, but now I'm like, hey, it's free. And I ate it. You gotta min-max the buffet. The whole boat for 3 days is one big fancy buffet, okay? Every day I'm like budgeting. I'm not very good at math, but I am really good at budgeting food and the cost of potential, like, but the cost of food and ingredients in my head go like, okay, so the steak is definitely really worth it. And then if I were to combine it with the chicken, but I definitely get the chicken breast because chicken thigh is a little bit, and then oh god, definitely fish. Yeah, fish. Cod, okay, cod and halibut, definitely. You know, like you gotta min-max this stuff, okay? And then they had the ice cream. You can like self-serve the ice cream, so they will have like 3 or 4 basic flavors, but that's still really amazing. You just show up with the cone and then you start pumping the thing. Those are the good old days. But I don't know what cruises are like anymore, but I remember going to the one when I was a university student or whatever, and then that one was not as like family orientated. I think the meals were still unlimited, but there wasn't as many just free food laying around after that. And I was like, well, you're not free food if you know it's my free sushi. So I was just like, I'm done with these cruises. But I can't imagine what cruises are like now. I heard. So before, it'll be like the money and then that's it. It'll just be maybe a little cheaper if you get like lower cabin rooms, but food service and everything, all included. I heard now the price that you see in the poster or in the binder is just the room. That doesn't include food. So if you were to get the unlimited food or just whatever, you have to pay on top. And then you have to pay for, apparently you have to pay for Wi-Fi on top. And then there's so many other things in there that you would think is included in a cruise because you're trapped on a boat for 3 days or whatever, that you would think it's inclusive because they were inclusive. But oh my god, the soup. The glaze, but it's not inclusive anymore, and I was just like, I don't think I'm interested anymore. I will keep a cruise as a fond memory in the back of my head, but I don't want to be forking over like 10K on a subpar cruise experience. It was good back in the day, and it was definitely considered expensive, don't get me wrong, but you got so much more for that price. But now it's even more expensive, but you get less. So yeah, not including the Wi-Fi is stupid, right? But I heard from my parents that nowadays you have to pay for Wi-Fi, and I'm like, what if I get stranded or something? Like, who am I gonna call? But yeah, back in the day, man, back in the day. Okay, anyways, sorry, I took a big detour. I got so excited for a second. The demiglaze is pretty good, actually. I'm going to strain it out. Let's see if we get 3 cups or not.
Speaking of countries, fun fact, Greenland is mostly covered in ice while Iceland has barely any ice.
Yeah.
So don't make the mistake if you book a holiday to one of these places.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that Greenland is full of ice and Iceland is full of greenery because during the Viking days, it was served as like a propaganda because they wanted to invade or expand towards Greenland. They wanted to move out of like Norway or something, right? And then they were like, yeah, follow me. I'm gonna frontier new lands. And they called it Greenland, and everybody is like, oh my God, Greenland. But then they would go and try to like make a settlement there, but it's literally just all ice and stuff. But to be fair, I watched Ragnar, the show, and that's what happened in Ragnar Lothbrok. I watched the show. I really liked liked Ragnar, but I don't know if that's actually true or not. Where did my gloves go? There it is. It was a true? The Vikings doing a bit of tomfoolery. Yeah, the Vikings. Yeah, the Vikings. What did I say? She's not an anime. No, not anime. The show, the live action show based on the life of Ragnar Lothbrok. And then after, just kind of, they were talking about his son Bjorn, and I wasn't as interested in Bjorn anymore. I was mostly just interested in Ragnar. All right, let's grab our sauce. Hopefully we have 3 cups worth. It might even be a little less than that now that I'm looking at it. Okay, I have a spoon. I'm gonna strain it. Actually, maybe we do. I'm gonna do a little bit of the pressy press to get a lot of the trapped moisture out. What happened to my tea bag? Did it just completely dissolve? Oh, it's over here. Okay. I was like, where's my tea bag? My bouquet garni. It wasn't in the bottom, and I'm like, girl, did it just completely disintegrate into the sauce? We're good. We're chilling. What is the meal that this is inspired by in the game? We're going to be making a hamburger steaks dinner with the homemade demiglaze sauce. We're going to be making a OniGiri that's actually in the game that has horns on it. So we're going to try to make that too. And then we're going to make a sweet potato tart. I feel like the hamburger steak will go pretty quickly. It's mostly everything else that takes a little bit, and the onigiri will be very, very quick. So onigiri will take no time at all. Okay, I think there's so much juice hiding in the carrot, which is actually quite interesting. And I might actually roast some potatoes and carrots just to have that ready. Okay. Alright, I'm going to strain this out. Throw this into the garbage. Alright, this is what we have. Let me see how much we yielded. Oh, actually no. Yeah, let's use this one. We want 3 cups. Oh, this one doesn't have 3. Does this one have 3? This one is also 2 cups. I guess we'll just use this one then. Let's see if we have 2. This holds 2 and like a half maybe if it gets to the side brim. So let's see if we get there. Oh, we got 2 cups. Okay. We got less than 2 cups. Okay, don't tell Rune Factory, but should I just put a little bit of water to add a little bit of the water back in? Don't tell Rune Factory, but should I add a little bit of water to get the 3 cups back? I mean, it could just be a more condensed demiglaze. That's totally fine. But I feel bad. Hold on, let me take my mask off to taste it properly. Has some diluted stock. Let me try. Oh, actually tastes quite nice. No, you know what? Screw it. We're gonna toss caution to the wind. No adventure happens where we're like, oh my god, is it safe? Oh my gosh, did we do all our homework? Did we make sure that, you know, there's not going to be anything bad that happens? No, everyone is like, let's do this thing. Let's save the island. Let's save the village. Let's kill off the monster. No one just goes in there with full caution, okay? So I'm going to toss caution to the wind. I think this by itself tastes really good already. So we're going to, it's just super concentrated, but we're going to leave it as is. I like it as is. We're not going to finick with it too much. We're not going to do too much, you know? Yeah. Oh, and thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate it. Nathanaru? Oh, Nathan? Nathaniel? Nisanaru. Thank you for the gift sub. 1 cup of MSG. That is already very, very concentrated as far as MSG goes. Very concentrated. Okay. I'm trying to think about what is the next thing that we can do that makes sense. Onigiri happens very, very quickly, so I'm not too concerned about that. I do want to roast some carrots and potatoes. Let's do Let me check on the tart shells. Hold on. Okay. Let's do the tart shells because the tart shells need pre-baking. It needs to bake for a little bit, and then once we put the filling in, it has to bake a little again. So what we're gonna do is, I have these little molds. I don't have any tart. Ow! I don't have any tart molds. I don't have any tart molds, but the otsukare. Who's otsukare? But I don't have any tart molds. So this is what I have. This is a Madeline, a mama VTuber. Wait, the real one. The real one. The one that I showed you guys. The one that I found the other day, where like the girl was like "Nani kore," and then it's like "Hai tatsu ni" and stuff like that. That one, the one that's always a delivery man, like hee. The Michael Jackson is delivery man, and then that one. Is it not? It's not that one. No. Okay. I'm getting confused. The mama VTuber. Thank you. Welcome in. Otsukare-sama. Irashaimase. The one that. Okay, never mind. I'm deflecting. I'm not deflecting. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. But we have the delivery. Yes, the one where the Terminator is a delivery man, and Michael Jackson is a delivery man. She's here. Oh my gosh, I love you. Aishiteru you. Kawaii desu. Rei-san kawaii. そして娘もkawaii. 応援no 光栄です来てくれて光栄です I'm honored. Okay, I'm calm. So I think I scared her away. Now she's like, God, I'm leaving now. I'm leaving now. I scared her away. No. Come back. Okay, anyways, so we have Madeline shells. Oh, thank you. Yay, she's still here. I didn't scare her away. Okay, so we have Madeline shells because I don't have tart shells. I wish I did, but I think maybe we can change this into the tart shells anyways.
To get a restraining order against someone they
no,
haven't even
I just
met.
thought she was so cute. I was the one that showed her to you guys. I was like, dude, this is so cute and so unique. And I love how like she goes to pick up her daughter and stuff, and they have little karaoke sessions, and then like and you can kind of see the daughter grow and like learn how to use chopsticks. Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute. Kawaii desu. Kawaii desu. Okay, we have the Madeline shell. Since it's silicone, I don't think we need to butter it or add any flour to treat it. I think it should dislodge pretty easily. Obviously, because it's not really a tart shell, it's kind of like flimsy. So we'll see how easy it is to press the tart shells into the inside. But we do have the sheet ready, so we'll take a look. I'm going to try to cut like each piece to kind of be a little bit bigger than the Madeline itself. This way, a little bit bigger than the Madeline itself. So when we press into it, then there'll be a little bit more like seam allowance, so it can kind of sit in there a little bit nicely. But let's try. Let's try. I don't know. Let's try. Okay. All right. So we have our sheet that is kind of pretty hard already. It doesn't really move or anything like that. I might flour it just a little bit so it's not super sticky. I'll flour it on both sides. Okay. And then I'm gonna flour it on this side, but I think I'll continue using the parchment paper just to really make sure it's non-stick. Okay. Oh, it's already softening. Okay. Grab a sharp knife. And we're gonna try to. If you have the individual tart shells, I think that'll work way better to measure it out, but since I don't have it, I'm gonna have to just eyeball it a little bit. And I don't actually know how many I'll end up being able to make because I haven't really done this before. It's a little thick, but we can try. We can work with what we got, and then I'm gonna press into it. Aha! Oh, it does work. Oh. It's a little bit malleable, so I'm going to press it into the sides, and then whatever is extra, I can just cut it off, theoretically. Okay, I'm doing a really terrible job of cutting it off. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. And any of the kind of messy edges, because the dough is so pliable, you can probably just make a little edge so it'll bake nicely. So something like that. Not too bad for a first tart shell. It could look a bit better, I think, but not too bad. And then let's do our second one. So I'm gonna try to eyeball the same amount. I think because the dough is so soft and malleable, we might be able to just grab it like we might be able to grab a piece of it, like a ball of it, and then just massage the ball into the crevice. I think that'll work too. Okay, that looks pretty good. It's very, very soft, so I'm gonna be delicate with it. For savory and sweet tarts, I would recommend, actually I think both would work. There's sugar in here, also a little bit of salt. I use salted butter, so I didn't add extra salt. If you use unsalted butter, add a little bit of salt. But because the flavor is very, very mild, I would say it'll go well with both savory and sweet. Unless you've added like flavorings in the tart shell, like vanilla and stuff, then obviously maybe it's not the most ideal for a savory. I'm just gonna patch this just a little bit. There's a bit of a bald spot over there. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm gonna be a little bit daring. I'm gonna take the leftover pieces here and I'm gonna squeeze it, and I'm gonna see if I can just push it up to the edges. Ah, okay. It's a little bit uneven, but we'll fix that. Okay. I'm like a modern day Iroha. Look at me go. Look at me go. Okay. She's a little thick. I'm gonna push her down this way. Okay. I think that looks pretty good. I'm just gonna wing it now. I'm just gonna grab a few pieces and just try to lay it all in there. I'm being a bit gutsy, a little bit brave. Take off this little bit, move it over here. Okay, it is getting quite soft, so it is getting a little bit harder to maneuver. I would recommend not to let this keep using it when the dough is too soft, because then it'll start kind of like melting in your hand and stuff. I can maybe muster 2 more, surely. It's a little soft. It's a little soft. Okay. Massage that ball to the crevice. You know what I'm trying to say, okay? You know what I'm trying to say. Okay. Alrighty. And last one, again, just gonna grab it. Hopefully that'll suffice. I think it does. Okay. So this recipe can probably make like like I said, 1 6-inch tart maybe. Or maybe 6 or 8 of these smaller ones, since I still have a bit left over. All right, the rest of the dough, I think I'm just going to scrounge up like this. Oh, I should preheat the oven. Let me preheat the oven first. 350. So that's 180. Okay, 350 degrees Fahrenheit or 180 degrees Celsius. I think we're gonna bake this for until it's cooked. So roughly 10-12 minutes. We want to par bake it, so we don't want it raw when we put the sweet potato filling in, because the sweet potato filling will be quite dense. If you put the cooked sweet potato filling in a raw tart shell, chances are the bottom won't cook very, very well, and we do want the shape to hold a little bit better. But when we do put the filling in, so we want to pre-bake this just a little bit. If it does not come out and it stays there, well, we're kind of screwed. So let's hope that it does come out of the tart shell when we're done, and it doesn't and it doesn't just, you know, get stuck. But I'm counting on the fact that because it is silicone that it wouldn't stick. If this was a metal tart shell or a very classic tart shell, you would do the thing that I always do for cakes and stuff, which is to use a bit of butter, like room temperature butter, grease it all over your hands, and then just grease every single surface of the tart shell itself, like every ridge, every nook and cranny, and then sprinkle a little bit of flour and kind of just like knock the pan against your hand a little bit to disperse the flour evenly on both the flat bottom and also the sides, like the rim, just to make sure there's an even layer of flour also covering the butter and everything. And then you can put your tart shell in, and it shouldn't really stick and demold quite easily. But with silicone, surely it'll be the same. So we'll have to see. Anime girl, yes. Anime girl, but fleshy. Okay. All right, I'm gonna put this back. I'm gonna put this here. This is a really great butter cookie. So if you just make it as a cookie, it'll be nice too. You don't have to make it into a tart shell, or if you have extra, you don't really know what to do about it, then you can just make it into a little cookie cutter shape. You just have to work a little bit quickly before it gets like soft like this, and then just make little cookies. That's totally fine too. Very flexible dough. Can we get a cookie? No, but you can get a fresh sweet potato tart later. By me. A cookie is not part of the wooing list. I think the oven is almost heated up, I think, but we want a cookie. You get a whole ass tart, chat. A tart is way better than just one cookie. Way better. Mama VTuber, how she left. She can't help you. She literally hates it. One whole tart will be so
Anime girl
much better
Shrine
than one
Maiden,
cookie.
can you please tell us how Shadow maintains such a stunning physique? Every time I see him, I can't help but think, he must work out. What's his secret?
Well, eating food that I prepare definitely helps a lot. So a lot of chicken breasts, a lot of tofu, a lot more chicken breasts. On a cheat day where we're kind of feeling a little bit wild and maybe a little bit young and free, he'll probably treat himself to a few chicken tenders instead. On really fender bender days, on days where he's just feeling super, super naughty, God forbid he eats a chicken thigh. But pretty much things like that. Yeah, pretty standard. Yeah, I wasn't, hey, he was the one that was like, hey man, can I not eat chicken breast today? Okay, I'm putting my pie into the oven, or tart shell. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna set it for 12 minutes, see how that does. They're very, very thin, so I can't imagine it to take that long just to kind of cook. We're not looking for necessarily golden brown or anything like that, just for it to be a little bit more cooked than raw. All right, I'm debating on if we should do the beef now, the beef patty now, or the demiglaze sauce now. I'm considering finishing up the demiglaze sauce right now. I think that might be nice, just so that it's ready, and then we can heat it up whenever we need to. My sleeves didn't burn, but it's getting wet. How do Mikos wash dishes? Oh wait, they have those ribbons that tie the sleeves up, don't they? Damn it. They're not. Oh wait. I need to roast the vegetables because those will take a little bit of time too. We'll roast the vegetables and then we'll make the demi-glaze sauce. Because the rest of the demi-glaze sauce is a little bit of concentration. We're gonna have to make a chocolate roux. No chocolate inside, but we're gonna make a dark roux, kind of like a jambalaya. We're gonna need to make one of those. They pull the ribbon tighter above the elbow. No, they have those like strips of fabric where they tie it and they draw like the sleeve behind them. That's what they have. But I don't have that. They look really cool though. I want to try wearing one. It looks really, really cool when you can do it smoothly. But thankfully this fabric is really light, so it doesn't like stick to you. They have like, you know those like strings, you know what I'm talking about? They have like just one string and then you put in your mouth, and then one side you put into your mouth and the other side you just you bring it around under the sleeve, and then you bring it over your head and over the other sleeve, and then you tie it on the side here, so like all the sleeves are kind of like sitting like this, you know. Should I reach out to Oskare for a cooking collab? But she doesn't speak that much English. I'm gonna have to be the one that reaches out. But I love her. She's so cute. I love her. She's so cute. Mom, I want a Reimu. We already have a Reimu at home. You can translate for us. It'll be fun though. I think it'll be funny, but I think it'll be also very fun. Translation straight. Okay, so this bowl I'm going to be using for the beef, so I'm going to put that aside. Roasted potatoes. I'm just going to use the air fryer because the oven is going to be used for the tarts and everything. So I'm going to use the air fryer. Pretty simple. I'm just going to grab a bunch of carrots and a bunch of potatoes and put them in the air fryer. Okay, I'm going to grab my carrots and potatoes. Okay, I have my 2 carrots. No! No! You evil thing. You evil, evil thing. How did you become untied? I merely wash dishes and you become untied. Okay, you stay there. You stay there. Please are, oh, now I'm your Oshi. Now I'm your Oshi, huh? All of a sudden, now I'm everyone's Oshi. Not their oh shit, I'm their Oshi now. Okay. Okay, sure. Let's go with that. And then when Pokemon does kids promos, you can buy. No. Oh, now I'm a Kami Oshi. Okay, right. Okay, I'm gonna peel my carrots. Since there's 2 of us, I will peel 2 carrots. This is a way for me to passively force Shadow to eat some damn veggies, because this guy doesn't eat any veggies at all whatsoever. Not cooked, not raw, not sauteed, nothing. He will literally pick it out. I will put it in his bowl and he will pick it out. So I'm gonna just roast everything together so he will have a terrible time picking it out so he can eat some damn veggies. We got a live response? I missed it. What happened? 一緒に何か作りますか? Wait, I missed it! What did she say? I missed it! Wait, did she actually respond? 何か一緒に作りますか？Hold on, I missed it. I was so busy peeling carrots. No, my carrots. I couldn't pay attention. I don't have eyes on my forehead. She said she was interested. 連絡します。この後で連絡します。The culinary collaboration sounds like a lot of fun and I am interested. She did? Okay. 後で連絡します。じゃあ、X で大丈夫ですか？ We're getting X で連絡大丈夫？ Okay, I'm gonna cut my carrots into chunky chunks. We're so in. We don't know if for all I know, I'm being one guide right now. And by one guide, I mean one hive mind guide. Okay, I didn't see the response. It completely passed me. So you guys could have just randomly was like, oh great, she's cutting carrots, she's not looking. Everyone, quick, just say the same thing all at the same time. And then I'm just over here being excited for over nothing. Okay? I know you guys. You're nothing but a bunch of swindlers. Swindlers is what you are. No, for real? Can't confirm? Okay. I trust my mods. I trust that they were actually looking at it. Are you saying we're liars? Yes, I am. I am saying that you're liars because you always lie to me. Every morning. Muted. XCD. Vertical bar. X means of contact is okay. よかった。じゃあこの後で連絡しますね。ありがとう。楽しみ。
Dearie, I have played a cruel trick on you. It has been me the entire time using my many odds to make you believe a lie. To prove this, I will post XDX vertical bar on all my odds.
Alright, cutting my second carrot, so it's enough nourishment for a growing boy like Shadow. Alright, second carrot is in. I'm just literally gonna mix everything in, so they're all root vegetables. I don't think it needs to be super crazy or fancy. I'm not gonna separate it. We're just gonna keep it really basic because sometimes simple is best. Also, why does this potato look like this? Oh, you know what it looks like? It looks like those talismans in those like Japanese RPG games, i.e. Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma. See? You know those like talismans? Yeah, the one where it's like the beaded jade or whatever. It looks like that. What is it called? Corpa placement. I did that. I did that thing. That was all me. I don't think we need 4 potatoes, since we're trying to watch our carbs. So I'll do 3 potatoes. I'll wash my potatoes though, because they are a little bit dusty. Like your mom! Okay, I'm gonna... Don't do it, Gary. Don't do it. It's a sponsor stream. Don't do it. Gary never corpas herself. I can't corpa myself on a corpa stream. That would be not nice. During a sponsor's... Old habits die hard, guys. I'm sorry. Old habits die hard. Okay, I'm going to peel my taters. Optional. Usually for roasted potatoes, it's pretty optional. I don't enjoy the skin, so I peel them. You can leave them on if you want to leave them on. Also, these ones are a little bit bigger, thank God. Normally, the potatoes in Japan, they're all really small. You know what I miss from Canada? Those really big Yukon potatoes. That's what I miss. That's what I need. The ones in the potatoes in Canada, they're like the russets. Yeah, they're like this big. It's like bigger than your palm. It feels so much more like not girthier, but it feels so much heartier to cook and to eat. Whereas in Japan, like the potatoes are like little not fingerling, they're like the little round ones. Sometimes they're like the size of a 500 yen coin, and I'm like, dude, how am I supposed to peel this? You know, it just doesn't feel as satisfactory. And they don't differentiate the different styles of potatoes as much, because sometimes like a russet and a Yukon are a bit different, right? Like the application for the two are a bit different, and then you have like the red potatoes, the fingerling potatoes. You know what I said? Business name pulling your mama joke, and then continue with, oh well, chat, that wasn't so bad, I was joking with the executive say. You know what I mean. Okay, I'm gonna choppy chop my potatoes, pretty much the same size as the carrots, because potatoes take a little bit longer than carrots to roast. Give it a little bit of a mixy mix in there. There's no rhyme or reason to the size of or to the way I'm cutting these potatoes. Just roughly as so. Some of these are gonna be flatter than others. Nokori 10秒です. I'm gonna have to brush up on my Japanese, my goodness. Nokori 10秒です. 10 seconds left. 出来上がりました. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna take my I have to take the thing. Oh, okay. It's cooked. Let me show you guys real quick. Again, we're only looking for cooked. We're not looking for golden brown right now. How do I grip this? It's so small. Ah! No! No, don't you dare. Oh! Okay. I wasn't sure how to grip it because it was so small. The ledge was so small. Okay. I think I'm gonna set this aside until I'm ready to use it, but I'm not gonna demold it. It does come off pretty easily, as you can see here. It's cooked. Does it? Yeah, these all, yeah! Silicone for the win, baby! Yay! And they're so cute, look. They're the little oh, you can't see. The little Madeline shells. It smells like buttery goodness. Look, they're so cute! Okay, so I'm gonna leave these as is to cool down and such. Maybe in a cooling rack, maybe that's better until we're ready to use them. Because if you don't usually cool them in a cooling rack, they tend to catch a lot of condensation on the bottom, and then it'll kind of make it a bit soggy. So I might just turn these out really quickly. They're really hot, so just be careful. Don't do this with your bare hands if you can't handle the heat. But I am a guardian of Azuma, so I can do anything. Okay. I'm gonna, yeah, I will. I'm gonna be doing a lot more sautéing after this. I still need this though, because I do kind of want to have a nice supporting structure for the sweet potato once I do get to that step. So I'm still gonna keep that too. I just kind of want to have the shells cooling down a little bit so it's not as, you know, warm and getting wet and stuff. Don't too much. Yeah, you have to be really, really gentle or else they will break. This is true. Okay. All right, potatoes. Let's get this one done really quickly. Seasoning is very as simple as you want it or as complicated as you want it. Oops. I'm just gonna do salt, pepper, you know, a little bit of oregano, nothing too crazy, some garlic and stuff. Just some basic seasonings, but you can do whatever you like. A little bit of, oh, and a little bit of oil, of course, to help everything stick a little. A little bit of salt. The demiglaze is a little bit salty, so maybe not that much salt. A little bit of pepper. Okay. A little bit of garlic powder. A little bit of Erica by my side. A little bit of Tina's all I need. A little bit of Stacy's all I see. A little bit of Sandra in the sun. A little bit of Mary all night long. A little bit of Jessica, here I am. A little bit of me makes me your man. Hurrah! Da, 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 da. A little bit of... I got carried away. I really like that song. That was one of my favorite songs when I was a kid, until I knew as a growing up, as an adult, what they were actually talking about. I just thought it was a cute song about just like nice girl names or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, I want a little bit of friends, right? A little bit of friends here, a little bit of friends there. I'm like, I aspire to be like this man, where he has lots of friends, right? Until I was an adult, and then I heard it again. There was a movie that played it or something, and then I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't tell me when Mambo number 5 was released. What's wrong with you? Never tell me that information ever again. But yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I don't think he's talking about having friends. I think yes, he was, but maybe not in the way that I thought he was, you know? Okay, I gave it a little toss, a little mix. With all the ingredients that I mentioned. A little bit of Jessica, a little bit of Sandra, a little bit of Mary, a little bit of Tina. Who else was in there? A little bit. Did I say Erica? Anyways, so we got all of the mumbos in here. And then I'm just gonna put it on 200 degrees Celsius for, I don't know, 30 minutes or something. Maybe more than that, maybe less than that. I think halfway through, if I remember, I'll give it a little, like, check on the condition, give it a little shake, give it a little toss, and whatever. But yeah, basically that. Titanic? Not that many times. Once, twice, like maybe 3 times or something. Not crazy. Once when it, around the time it came out, not right when it came out, because I watched it, I remember, at home, not at the movie theater, and then I didn't get it. You guys know the story already. I didn't get what was happening. I thought it was something else that was happening. And then I watched it again as an adult with friends, and then I'm like, oh, that's what was happening. You know, so something like that. Yasai, ebi, steak, potato. Potato kana? Potato. Shake. Okay. I don't know what shake means. What do they mean when they're telling me that it's gonna shake? I guess we'll figure it out. Shake. Okay. What else needs to be done? Oh, demiglaze. Demiglaze. Okay. Where is my... I have a silicone whisk for my pan here, because it is what is it called? Because it is non-stick, I can't use the metal one, and I do a lot of like gravies and brews in this pan, as it turns out, so I got a silicone whisk for that. We're gonna do two tablespoons of butter and 4 tablespoons of flour, and we're gonna reduce this roux down to a, you know how when we make jambalaya or what was the other, the Cajun dishes requires like the roux to cook down into almost like a chocolate consistency or color? We're going for that. It's going to be a really dark roux, which will take about, 20 minutes or so. So it does take a little bit of patience, and for you to keep an eye on it. It's going to be like nothing is happening, and then it's going to be everything is happening. So just pay attention to it. I miss my nonstick. It's such a hassle-free pan. Is that 2 tablespoons of butter? Maybe a bit too much. Right there. Sure. Is that 2 tablespoons of butter, or does that look? Yeah. I don't know. Who am I kidding? I'm eyeballing everything. Okay, I'm gonna melt the butter a little bit. And then, where did my flour go? A little bit of flour. Oh, I just realized maybe I should use less butter and flour because I don't have 3 cups of stock. Wait! 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 Ugh. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do 1.5 tablespoons of butter and maybe 3 tablespoons of flour or something like that. I just realized that I only have about less than 2 cups of stock when I was supposed to have 3 cups, which is pretty substantial, I think, right? So I'm gonna let the butter kind of melt a little bit more. This is just medium heat. We're chilling. And then I'm gonna grab 1 tablespoon, 2 tablespoons. That's okay. I'm scared. I'd rather thicken it with some cornstarch later than have way too much flour, and then I'm not gonna have enough liquids to dilute it. Okay, and then just on a medium heat or low heat rather. I think I'm gonna turn it down to a bit lower now. We're just going to medium low. We're just gonna keep stirring until it becomes a chocolate color. That's pretty much it. We are now married to this pan. Before we get married in Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma, first we must marry this pan to make sure that it turns into a beautiful golden brew. I'm hoping that it'll, as it cooks down, it'll become a little bit liquidier because it is looking a little bit thick right now. I don't know if that's normal, but I'm gonna keep my wits about me. Pansexual. You're right, I'm pansexual now. Who is speaking to me right now? I swear to God, don't freaking speak to me. I am still too busy in the middle of making the best love meal for Iroha-chan. Okay, it is getting a little bit more less solid. It's getting a little bit softer, which is good. But we're just gonna keep stirring this for the next 15 minutes or so. Did the sassy stove flame out? No, I think the sassy stove is telling me that it's like to temperature. And I'm like, thanks. You didn't have to tell me that. I knew that already, but thank you. I'm assuming this is sponsored. Yep, this is a sponsored stream, kindly sponsored by Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma, which is now available for PC, Switch, and Switch 2. And they also sell, I believe, a PC combo package for a little bit more, where you can get the poster and the full soundtrack and everything like that. So if you're more of a collector of the game, then I definitely recommend the Earth Dancers combo pack. Other than that, you can buy it for PC or your Switch or Switch 2. It is a RPG, not really JRPG, RPG, life sim, farming, exploration, fighting, combat, saving the world, kind of a exploration game with a little bit of love interests and storylines involved. So if you're kind of into a little bit of everything, then maybe Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma will be the game for you. But you get to play as the male lead or the female lead, and then as you discover, and you can fly, by the way, on the back of a dragon, and then as you discover and follow through the story, you'll be able to meet new friends and maybe more than friends, and then, you know, live life to the fullest in the beautiful Japanese aesthetic, culture, architecture, and characters of Rune Factory Tales of Azuma. I did it. Flying, farming. You can farm on the back of your dragon, yes. You can farm while you're flying. That'll be crazy. Can I get a Pog, Rune Factory Pog? Crazy. This game just be giving you everything. Me and Kaguya sitting in a tree. Doing more than just some farming. Pog, Rune Factory, crazy. Not only does it give us everything, it also gives us dragons. Wild. Wild. Alright, the color is looking a little bit better. It's not dark enough. This is more of a like a milk coffee color than dark chocolate. So not dark chocolate, milk chocolate. So we're not quite there yet, but it is getting there. So we're just gonna keep patiently stirring. Patiently. Good job recalling on that. You get used to it. Read the brief once or twice. You know, take a few good glances again right before you start. I can what is it called? Incriminate everything into memory. Like condensed milk, yeah. If it had multiplayer, you're right. Actually, it would have been really nice if it had multiplayer. It is a solo player game right now. And by the way, it is not gacha for those who were concerned or curious whether that works for you or not. But it is not a gacha game. It is just a solo player game. I believe someone said that they have microtransactions as far as getting DLCs go. So there isn't a lot of microtransactions as like in terms of buying little things or buying characters you can just naturally unlock or meet as you go through the storyline. Incorporate to memory. Incorporate, I don't speak English. Incinerate, no, not incinerate. Is it incorporate? Let's go with that. Incorporate to memory. My English has deterred a lot in the recent. Can you get your stuff together, Jerry Tech Soup, incriminating my name? This is a blessed sponsored stream. What is wrong with you, sir? What is wrong with you? A commit. I think I wanted to say commit to memory. That's why I was like, I don't think it's incorporate to memory. I think I was trying to say commit to memory. There we go. We finally got there. Commit to memory. Oh, my bad. Shut the hell up. The sky is... Okay, it's getting a little bit darker. It's happening. It's happening. Part of me wants to just kind of leave it and see what happens, but I'm scared to stop. Am I allowed to stop and just let it be? Let it be, let it be. Let it be, let it be. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Da, 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 da. Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. I had an English teacher make me learn Beatles songs when I was a kid. Audio Jungle, sorry. Audio Jungle. I had an English teacher at school. I think she was really, like, a really big fan of the Beatles. So for one part of the curriculum was to sing the Beatles songs. So I learned Hey Jude. I learned Let It Be. I learned... What, did I learn Yellow Submarine? I don't remember. Maybe I learned that as a little bit older. But there were like 2 or 3 classic Beatles songs that I learned because of her. And I'm kind of glad that I did, because I feel like, how would I ever learn the Beatles songs just naturally? It was kind of like way past my time, you know? So I'm glad that I got the chance to learn it. Let it be, hee hee. DMCA that teacher? No, about to get copy struck?
Yellow Submarine is the only actually good Beatles song.
Yellow Submarine is like, we all live in a yellow submarine. Yellow submarine. Yellow, is that song? Yellow Submarine? Can't remember. Oh, it's getting darker. It's getting darker. It's getting to look more like a darker coffee with a splash of milk instead of like majority milk. It's not milk chocolate yet, but it is getting darker. It's happening. It's happening. Why don't you just do the Disney classics while you're at it? Oh, okay. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you say? Okay, I'm sorry. tempting the gods right now. I'm so sorry, Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma. I will behave. I will behave.
You shouldn't get upset with my hot take. You should just let it be.
Nah, ha
Onigiri
ha
smile.
ha ha. True. Spot. No, Audio Jungle. Okay, are you basically insinuating that my singing is just so good that they can peg the music right off of what I said? Like the one line or two words that I said? Guys, you're flattering me. I didn't know that my singing was that good. Come on, you're making me embarrassed. No, you said that. Wait, has that been 20 minutes? No shot. Oh, I think it's to do the shake. Oh my god. Look at my roux and make sure nothing burns. Oh my god, oh my god. I gotta shake the thing. That's good. Okay. Is it starting again? Okay. Is it starting again? Ah! Is it on fire? Okay, the color's looking good. I don't know if I should stop here. I'm tempted
You
to
wanted
go
to say
a
commit to
little bit
memory.
more.
You thought you said incorporate to memory. What you said was incriminate to memory. But
don't
that's
remember
okay
what I
because you
said
just troll
anymore.
with what you have, and it works somehow. Just like how you can do anything you want in Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma, and it.
And it will still be fun? True. Live your best life. Live your protagonist story arc or side character story arc, whatever your little heart desires. Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma can fit any kind of playstyle or love interest plotline. And it. Give that man a ring. Okay, is this dark enough? Can I stop now? Am I allowed to stop? Is this milk chocolate? It's kind of, right? The Corpa King? It's true. One of these days I'll be just as good as Valar. One of these days. But today is not that day right now. I think it's enough, right? I think I've stirred it enough. I've also let a few specks fly on my kitchen a little bit already. It looks chocolate enough? Alright. I'm going to listen to you guys. Alright. I hope this doesn't seize too much. But let me... There's a bit of fat kind of perching on the top. Let me get rid of that. Okay, here we go. Chocolate. Oh, you guys can't see! Damn it. Okay. Demiglaze sauce. In T-minus 10 seconds. Oh! What's happening? Ow! My hand, it's burning. Okay. Little by little. Just to work out some of the clumps. Whisk faster, my hand was burning. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I'm gonna let this thicken a little bit. I think the recipe says as long as it's kind of incorporated, it's kind of good, but I do kind of want it a little bit thicker. So I'm gonna let that go. Some of the onion bits got stuck in the bottom there. Rune Factory looking kind of weird today. It's not. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna let that reduce a little bit more just in case. I'm also gonna just wipe everything because oh my god, there's just so much things here. Okay. Butter. I don't really Actually, I do need the butter. You know, I'll keep the butter here. That looks really weird, but I'll keep the butter here. I still need the butter for the sweet potato. I don't need this though. Let me wash the table a little bit. Who's the girl on the left? I'm smitten. That's Iroha from the game. She is a cafe owner and she's really good at making dongos, but she's also one of the wooable characters, one of the new characters for Guardians of Azuma. So Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma specifically is the original Rune Factory but reimagined. So it is it's the setting and the storyline is all a little bit different from the original Rune Factory, so it's not the same one that you thought you knew and loved. This one is reimagined, bigger, better, more, you know, everything. Yeah. Why is Onibro being served? Who's eating us? He's just a little chill guy. He's just resting. He's just a little chill guy. I fear the sauce would be too salty. Oh yeah, that's the recipe. So I'm making the hamburger steak, the sweet potato of the ages, and the onigiri kai. I think that's what it was called. I'm gonna let this.
Onigiri has corns on it.
Yeah, to reduce a little bit more.
Me.
Girl, like me? What do you mean like you? You who? Like you. Like me. Onigiri title drop. It's as if I was destined to make this dish. Okay, I'm gonna let this reduce a little bit more. Okay. Oh man, but I was hoping that... okay. Here's what we're gonna do. While it's reducing on lower heat, because I do need this pan for the hamburger, which is the last bit, what I'm gonna do now is start assembling the sweet potato so we can start baking that off, and it can also cool down while we make the patty at the very end. Because this is still not as thick enough as I would prefer it, I wanna let that keep going, and then I'll use the pan later. So, I did a little bit of pre-stream homework. I don't know how much we'll need. Maybe 4. So I got the sweet potatoes from the Japanese grocery store. These are really good right now. I don't know which particular brand it is because they didn't have the bag labeled, but I actually roasted these earlier today, right before my nap time. And I left them in the oven and I left them in the foil so that it can like steam, so it can kind of soften, and it'll be a little bit easier to remove the flesh for the tart itself. But one trick that I've learned that my mom actually taught me, to look for sweet potatoes, like these particular ones, like the Japanese sweet potato kind, not the really big ones, those ones I'm not too sure, but for these like smaller ones, if you want to know which one is sweet, go for the straight ones. I know that's crazy to say for Pride Month, but go for the straight one. So the ones that are like erect, like sticks like this, my mom says these are pretty much guaranteed to be very sweet. And you can kind of tell that this is not condensation. This is just syrup leaking out of the sweet potato. That's how sweet they are. So, and then the ones that are not as sweet are usually the ones that are a little bit more bent or a little bit more bulbous on one end. So you want them even and straight. You don't want them too curved or like not even in thickness all the way down. If they're a little bit more shorter, maybe a little bit more bulbous, then those ones might not be as sweet. I'm not saying that they're not sweet, because I'm pretty spoiled in Japan when it comes to sweet potato, because all the brands are really good compared to Canada anyways. But if you're like nitpicking, then go for the straight ones that are equal thickness and girth. Yeah. Being curved is perfectly fine. Not when you're looking for sweet potatoes. Not when you're looking for sweet potatoes. You want them as straight as possible. What if I want them to be ribbed
for my pleasure?
No! What do you, for your dessert, you mean? For your dessert? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna let this, I think maybe this is done. Okay, I'm gonna turn the heat off. I'm gonna put this back in my beaker to let it cool down. I don't know if it's saucy enough, but we'll see. Okay, so the sauce is done. I'll just leave this to cool down on the side and whatnot, and then we'll deal with that later.
Nice cosplay. Super cute.
Thank you. Okay, so I have my bowl here off to the side, and what I'm gonna do is grab a knife, and I'm just gonna cut these down lengthwise, just so that it exposes the flesh a little bit more. And I'm gonna hollow out the flesh, and I'm gonna put it into the bowl. So just all the way down, each one. And we're gonna put it into the bowl. And we're gonna be making pretty much almost like a sweet potato cream of sorts. We're gonna add a little bit of butter, add a little bit of milk to make almost like a custard. Ooh, that's good. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. And then just use your, don't get the stringy butt ends. You don't want those. And then just use a spoon and just kind of gently hollow it out. Try not to have skin in there, because it'll be a little bit too fibrous. Everything else is more or less fine. We're also going to be passing this through a mesh strainer later, so don't worry about some of like the fiber. Sweet potato is great for digestion if you're having like a rough time with traveler's constipation, or you know, if you just naturally have like irregular bowel movements. Sweet potatoes are really, really good for that, because there's a lot of natural sugars and fibers in there. It never fails me. And look how sweet it is. And I would not recommend a Western sweet potato. You know, the ones that are like orange on the inside? Those are not the same species as what this is. They may sound the same, but they're not the same. They don't taste the same. The texture is not the same. The consistency is not the same. So if you are making this and you want it to turn out like the Japanese dessert, I recommend you go out of your way to a Korean grocery store or a Japanese grocery store to get, like, maybe this is called a yam. I don't know, but you need to get the right kind. It has to be like the brown or the purple skin with the yellow sweet filling on the inside. That's what you have to get. They are different. If you have to substitute, I can't call the kettle, you know, I can't be calling the kettle black, you know what I mean? But I wouldn't recommend it. Western is not good enough for this application? No, it's not. Just like how when you're making like a sweet potato casserole, you can't be using this kind of sweet potato. You have to use the Western one, you know what I mean? There's a time and place for everything. Ooh. These come off pretty quickly. Okay. These ones are a little bit more fibrous, so. And then you just grab, ow. You grab your spoon or your fork. Give it a little mashy mash. Just to kind of mix everything and soften everything up, so they're not in big chunks. For the first time ever, I tasted like the baked pumpkin. Yeah, I don't think it's inherently very, very sweet either. These ones, you don't need sugar. Like, if anything, sometimes if you get the right kind, like for example, the super straight ones that are not oblong or curved, they're really, really sweet. So it's like to the point, if you're gonna make a dessert out of it, you don't even need extra sugar, or else it'll be too much. Okay, so now that's kind of mashed together. I'm gonna grab some butter and a little bit more butter. I'm gonna eyeball this. It just, because I'm gonna be baking this, you can have it be a little bit on the looser side if you want, but I'm gonna have maybe this much butter. See if that's enough. We're kind of just going with the flavor and the feels So if you want more butter, add more butter. Room temperature butter, by the way, not melted butter, room temperature butter. Home chef hands, always so nice to hold. I got the old dry grandma hands. But thank you. And then I'm gonna go get some cream. Or, no, the recipe says milk, right? You know what? I was gonna add cream because it's a little bit more rich and decadent, but the recipe says milk in the game, so let's do milk instead. And I'm also gonna eyeball this because I don't want it to. I want it to be pipeable because I'm gonna be putting this into a piping bag. So you don't want it to be too loose, but you also don't want to be too dense, so you're just eating a potato, you know. So just add the milk little by little and kind of gauge how creamy you want it. I'm gonna go for creamier, so it's a little bit more pipeable. And you can add vanilla flavoring. If you want to be a little bit wild, you can add like things like matcha, you know, just to add a completely different flavor component into it if you really, really want to. I also used the 2 knobs of butter that I did with salted butter just to kind of balance the sweetness, but you don't have to. Okay, this is looking a little bit more pipeable. I like this texture or consistency. Okay. What's this dessert going to be? It's going to be a sweet potato tart. I wanted to make this sweet potato creme brulee. That was like that viral treat that you kind of see sometimes in like street stalls and stuff. But I'm like, it's technically not the same. Like that one, sweet potato of the ages, is technically not the same. And although I really, really want to make the custard creme brulee version, I feel like I'm deviating a little bit too far from the intended, you know. So I didn't do it in the end. I want a bowl because I want to strain it. I don't know if this strainer is going to be too big, but I'm going to put all of my sweet potatoes. This is just to make sure that any big clumps that I've missed using my spoon to mash, or like extra fibrous bits from the sweet potato, doesn't get mixed into the pie, because you want to have a nice custardy, silky filling, not to accidentally eat some of the fibers and stuff. So take your bowl and then just slowly push. It's coming through, right? This will take a little bit of patience. Her eyes filtered all of the What? What did I filter? What did I possibly filter?
I feel like anywhere chat it would not be prim and proper to tell chat what Azuma means in Korean, but here it would probably boost engagement tenfold. Onigiri ham.
Wait, what does Azuma? Azuma? Wait, Azuma or Ajuma? Ajuma means auntie, right? In Korean. What does Azuma mean in Korean? Is it something inappropriate? Do we have to be open-minded? Huh? Do we have to be open-minded to accept the meaning of what Azuma potentially is? Oh, it means grandma. Oh, guardians of Azuma. The guardians of the aunties. I'll be first in line in that. Is it working? Okay, it is working, but it's a slow process. Kanda Azuma. Okay. It's being passed through, but it's taking like it's there. If you're lazy, you can definitely skip this step. I felt like I probably could have skipped this step, but I also want to do it well, so you can definitely skip this step is all I'm saying. I'm sure whoever you're making it for will still appreciate it greatly. I'm tired. Iroha better appreciate this is all I'm saying. Okay. We got a little bit out. Just a little bit more. Harder. I'm going harder. I'm going harder. My hands are starting to get tired. I need like one big like rice paddle to push everything through. There's more in between the holes of that filter than the pan. No. I'll get everything. If you have one of those like finer sieves that are more of like, that looks like a drum, those ones might work better. They'll take a little bit longer though, because those sieves are a lot finer. But I think you'll also be able to not have a lot of wasted component. Almost. This is like physical labor. Could've just got this at the Combini, man. They literally have things like these in the Combini. And I'm over here slaving away by hand. Could have been like, hey Iroha, I got you a sweet potato tart. And she's gonna be like, really? And then I'm gonna be like the apple of her eye. But no, I just gotta make it by hand. Okay, almost done. Okay, that's pretty much done. I'm just gonna get whatever is on the bottom, hopefully as much as I can, and we're gonna put this into a piping bag. Okay. Oh god, I'm like sweating. Holy, I'm sweating so hard. I was already sweating, but I'm sweating even harder now. Oh my god, the grip on both hands. It was one hand holding the sifter and one hand that's doing the spoon. It was not easy for any of the hands. Okay, we're gonna pipe it now. I'm gonna grab a tall measuring cup like this one. Just like this one. No details should be added further. And then we're gonna grab a piping bag. What the hell is this? I pulled something else out by accident. We're gonna have a piping bag. Oh, and then cut the end off. Cut it as big as you think you want the piped sweet potato to be, so the thickness of it. If it's gonna be really, really thin, you're gonna be staying here forever piping like little hairs worth of sweet potato paste. So if you want like the big, chunky, nice like log squeeze of a sweet potato paste, then make sure that the hole that you're cutting is an appropriate size. I'm gonna keep it like thick-ish, just because a tart shell is pretty wide. I don't want it to be too small. So I'm gonna cut it roughly 1 centimeter in width. Roughly like this. About 1 centimeter. And I'm gonna spread it. Put it in my hands and then spread it on the outside. A large cup or a tall cup like this helps a lot to hold the piping bag in place. And then I'm gonna grab all of the sweet potato that I just made. Put it all in there. You can add a piping tip and everything. just to have a fancy shape and whatever, but I'm gonna keep it pretty simple because I'm gonna just make I'll try to make a cute little swirl with it. Eek. Okay. Okay. Also, what happened to the music? Did it stop? The music stopped. Like a sac à couche. Qu'est-ce que c'est ce sac à couche? C'est il est un piping bag. C'est un piping bag. Ce n'est pas le sac à couche. Sac à couche c'est piping bag. Dans l'anglais. Okay, I'm going to just squeeze everything down with my hands. You can also use a bench scraper. But I'm just going to use my fingers. And then I'm going to just slowly squeeze it until it gets to the tip. But stop before it actually gets to the very, very tip, because obviously we want to save it for the sweet potato. I'm going to preheat the oven a little bit. Same temperature, about 180 degrees Celsius. Okay, preheating. I'm going to take my, actually, now that they're cooled down quite a bit, I'm going to put them back in the shell, roughly. I kind of want to eat one, but I'm trying to be good and not eat one. But I kind of want to eat one, just to try. It's kind of like a sablé cookie, you know. Okay. Okay. All right. And then, ideally, ooh, that looks so cute. You can pipe it however you like, but I'm just gonna keep it roly-poly. Okay, that's it. And then if the extras, honestly, just shove it in your mouth. Just eat it like as is. It's totally fine. Or you can put it into a little ramekin and then put a little bit, you can bake it off, and then put a little bit of sugar on it, and then sear the sugar like it's creme brulee sugar, and then just eat it like pudding. That's also fine. Or just put it in your mouth. That's fine too. That's fine too. I'm gonna put a little plate on it so it doesn't spill, and I'll put it onto the side. Eat this, yo. Can you make it and shove the extra in your mouth here? Open up. Squeezing it out. You better catch it or it's gonna fall. Oh! You didn't catch it. Now you can't have it. Delicious. Very, very good. I think the oven is almost done preheating in like another minute or two. I'm going to drop it in, and we're going to bake this for another 10 minutes or so, just to see if we can get a little bit of caramelization on the top of the sweet potato. Because everything is cooked already, it's optional, but it's nice to have like a nice warm tart with a little bit of caramelized sugar. I look over, Shadow's on my desk, laid back in the chair like this, and then he turns the chair and just stares at me like this, just wobbling. Literally, like this is the camera, this is the chat, and this is him right here. I'm looking at him right now. Look in my eyes. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at chat, and now I'm looking, and he just. He's creeping me out, man. Hello, Mr. Bond. He's creeping me out. Okay, I'm gonna put this in gently and let it bake for 10 minutes. I hope I don't burn myself. Anita. Okay. Okay, 10 minutes, and that should be good. If it doesn't really caramelize as much, I'm gonna cheat, but also add a little bit of extra flavor. I'm gonna just do the creme brulee sugar on top anyways, and just sear it off. So if it doesn't end up caramelizing, I'm not that concerned. It's just to kind of warm it through, so everything is like nice and even and warm. But it'll also add like a little layer of flavor on top.
You're wearing the blue mask. That's why it's
This is the Under Armour mask.
yeah, but that's the blue color.
Oh.
You have to wear the black.
Oh, it's okay. Cheating again? No, not cheating. It's enhancing. If it doesn't turn out the way that I expected in my head, we'll enhance it. Okay. It's finally time for hamburger patties. It's finally time. We have made it to the pièce de resistance. And don't worry, I didn't forget about the onigiri. It'll come in due time. It'll come. But it's hamburger time. Oh my goodness, Mr. Clean, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm going to wash this bowl because I want to use it to make the hamburger patty. So, oh, I don't want to get my sleeves wet again. Give me 1 second. I'll wash everything else later, I guess. I'm too lazy. Man, so I don't know if I'm ashamed to admit this, but I'm gonna say it. I dodged the topic a little bit, but not dodged, but I didn't want to say it because I felt like it was kind of maybe like shameful. But I do have a cleaning lady that helps me sometimes. She comes like twice a week. No, not twice a week. Dear God, twice a month. So she's scheduled to come every other week or whatever. So I do have a cleaning lady that helps me a little bit with like cleaning the floors, the washrooms, and stuff like that. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am a little bit ashamed, but she helps me a lot. Okay, it makes the cleaning and stuff go a little bit faster. However, anyways, so I thought she was supposed not twice a day, twice a month. So I told you this before. I forget. Anyways, so I thought she was supposed to come this week. So when I made lunch for, Shadow and I was like, okay, he was like, can I just leave the dishes? And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. I think the cleaning lady is coming, so it should be okay. It's not a lot of dishes, but it's just the stuff that we use for lunchtime. And then I left it, right? So I went off to do my own stuff. I prepared for the sponsored stream. I was getting my recipes together, all that stuff. And then I was waiting around for her arrival time. And then I was like, why is she still not here? They're really punctual. So it's really weird if they're like late by 5. I'm not trying to be like that guy, but if they're usually late by 5 minutes, there's definitely going to be like a text message going like, hey, I'm going to be late by 5 minutes. If she doesn't say anything, it's very weird. So I was like, did I make a mistake? So it turns out I remembered the wrong week for this month that she's supposed to come. I thought she was supposed to come today. It's technically next week. So I was so excited that I can slack off a little bit, and I'm like, I don't have to do the dishes. And then I left it there. So and then I did my stuff, and then I went to go take nap time, and then I realized I was like, wait, the cleaning lady never came? And Shadow was like, no. And then I looked at my calendar, and I was like, fuck, I think I wrote the date wrong. And so I had to get dressed and wash my own dishes. First world spoiled problems. I had to wash my own dishes. When I thought the cleaning lady could do it for me. Your timekeeping skills are incredible. Is that sarcasm, or do you mean it seriously? I couldn't quite tell. Because while the thing is searing, we're also going to be making the onigiri, but it won't be too long. Okay, so we have our, I know, that's why part of me didn't want to admit it, because I feel like people are going to be like, you know, of course you have first world yeah, you know, I get it, I am. But, you know, sometimes a lot of this cleaning, it takes up time, you know? Time is money. Okay. We're gonna grab a few ingredients. The cleaning lady got lost in Gary's mountain of trash. Oh yeah, I did tell you about the cleaning lady because I'm getting today. Well, no way. I'm getting this game today for my Switch 2. Fun fact: this game is one of the few physical Switch 2 games to have the whole game on the card. Does it usually not have the whole game on the card? Yay! I'm so excited for you. I hope you have the best adventure. Oh, I did tell you I had a cleaning lady because
This
one of
girl
them
makes
was
her
like,
own
"What's all
hours,
this?" And I told them that I'm
lives in a place she dreamed
YouTuber,
of,
and she
has
looked me
enough
up.
money to get most things she wants, has loads of friends, a supportive community, even is sort of kind of not ugly, yet she still finds a reason to complain. Entitled Oh shit.
Oh, I'm just a little baby. Okay, so we're gonna have ground beef. We're gonna have the half an onion that we sautéed earlier. That's now fully room temperature and cooled down, just to make sure that there's not a lot of food poisoning and cross contamination. So in the mixing bowl, we're gonna put all the beef in. I forgot to check how many grams. No, I can't. I'm not gonna. I can't. I'm not gonna go look in the garbage can for the filling. But you know what I mean, okay? We're just gonna. It's this much. It's this much. Okay, and then I'm gonna put the meat in. You can do a really light and simple mix first, just to make sure that the onions and the beef is kind of mixed in together. But this is probably enough. Honestly, I thought it was going to be 2 medium patties or 1 really large patty, but this is probably enough to make 3 medium patties. There's a lot more meat packed in here than I thought. Coming to your Twitch now. Most games on Switch 2 besides first party are going the way of game key cards, where have some of the game in the cartridge and you have to download. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, hell yeah. And that's great for those who love playing Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. Then it'll be worth the physical copy, because then you're kind of buying the whole game.
Rune Factory Pog.
Rune Factory Pog, can I get a Pog? Rune Factory Pog for sponsoring today's stream. So Pog, Poggy Walkies. Okay, I'm just kind of mixing the onions just a little bit. I'm gonna be mixing with my hands later, but this is just to kind of get a bit of all the stuff in. And then I'm gonna do 1 egg. I think for this amount, 1 egg is pretty good. The egg will be a binder, just to make sure that when we are heating the meat through, when we're searing it, that it'll kind of stay together and it won't start busting open. I'm just gonna mix it just a little bit. But mix it in with your egg. And I think I'm gonna season this now too. We're gonna grab a little bit of salt, just salt and pepper, not too many complicated flavorings. Salt. The sauce is gonna be pretty salty, I feel, so I'm not going to salt it too much. Pepper, and I'm gonna be a little bit sneaky, and I'm gonna add some MSG.
Do they have MSG in Rune Factory?
maybe they can harvest it or barter for the Rune Factory MSG. The only thing we farming with Rune Factory are pogs in this chat. You're so silly. Okay. A little bit of that white powder. Yes. Okay. I think it's getting to the consistency where I should be using my hands. Let me go grab a glove. Okay. And then the final ingredient that you'll really need for hamburger patties, which is really simple, is just panko breadcrumbs. You can use the store-bought kind. You can make your own, but you don't gotta do all of that. Just use the store-bought kind. That's good enough. This will make it a little bit more tender. And eyeball it. That was, I don't know, a third of a cup. You can just add a little bit as you go. Kind of feel for it. Obviously, you don't want the whole patty to be, you know, covered with just breadcrumbs, but adding a little bit goes a long way to help the texture be a little bit better. You do really want to use your hands to mix it though. I was just using the spoon earlier to kind of get things mixed together, but the real mixing, the real mixing starts when you introduce your hands. So I think I'm going to add a little bit more breadcrumb. So in the end, I maybe added about half a cup-ish of breadcrumb, something like that. 1 egg, half an onion sauteed. You can do 1 onion sauteed, really. I don't think that really matters too much. And then whatever that amount of beef was. And just squeeze it a little.
I'm downloading the soundtrack for the new game.
Oh, you can download it now? Hell yeah.
I bought the Super DLC.
The Super DLC?
Yep.
Wait, do we even have the main game for the DLC?
Yeah, I just bought it.
Oh, you bought the game.
Super DLC.
Okay. Alright, and that looks pretty good. My sweet potatoes are done, so I really need to go take that out of the oven and go check up on it. But we're not done this process yet. Just let this kind of sit there for a second. We're going to come back to it because we're going to be slapping our meat like how we saw it for the IRL stream last week. There's going to be some meat slappings. But let me go grab my sweet potato tart first. Not much has changed. Oh, not much has changed, but it still looks really good. I think I'm going to do a little bit of the sugar. Not much has changed, but I'm going to add a little bit of sugar to see if I can get that creme brulee top on it. I think that'll be the game changer, you know what I mean? Let me grab this. I'm going to take the shells out now of the thing because again, I don't want gently, because I don't want the condensation. Oh, gently. Huh? Oh, I don't want the condensation to get trapped in the tart shells when it's still in the mold. Gently. Gently. Oh! It's so hot! Gently! Don't break it, don't break it! Okay. Gently. Gently. Oh my god, it's so hot. Gently. Ah! Gently. One last one. Gently. Oh! Hoida. Okay. Gently. We did it. We did it. It's a little bit awkward when it's a big bowl of raw meat in front of us. But we did it. Yay! It could use a little bit of golden brown color. I agree. So either you can maybe broil it a little bit so it kind of caramelizes better, but I don't think I want to risk it. I think having a little bit of that candied sugar crust on top will probably go really nice. It'll look nice and it'll probably sound nice. Everything nice. So I'm going to let this cool down. And we're going to go do the sugar thing. But I'll let that do its thing. The sweet potato tart is basically completed, aside from the little garnish on the very top. Uncolored caterpillar. Ew! But okay. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. I might want to grease the cutting board a little bit so the meat doesn't stick. but I'm going to be slapping my meat, and I'm going to be putting the meat as I'm making the balls on the cutting board. And just to prevent stickage, you can maybe I'll do some parchment paper so I don't have to get it too greasy. It crashed? Oh, it didn't crash? Oh, the game was running, that's why. Can you fix my viewer screen first? Okay, I'm gonna go leg balls. Okay, I thought it crashed. He was trying to open the game so the song would play. It's a little crazy right now. Just give it a second. Hopefully it's only lagging and not anything crazy. Did it actually crash? Oh, no, I think it's good. Are we good? Maybe? It's chunky. Yeah, I think it's because the game is trying to run right now. He's trying to get the soundtrack started. I don't know. You let me know when we're almost back, guys.
No, we're back. We're live.
No, I know, but like when we're not lagging.
Oh.
大丈夫です。大丈夫そう? Okay, don't ignore the background. He's just kind of going through the game so we can get the soundtrack playing. Sorry, I didn't know the game was that big that it was gonna stall the whole stream. Okay, slapping meat time. Slapping meat time. I think I want to make 3 meat patties. So we're gonna take our meat. I'm not gonna use my gloves anymore. I think it's a little bit too. I'll just wash my hands. So I'm gonna take our meat mixture just to kind of get a general idea of how much meat will go into one patty. Because you maybe want 4 little ones, 3 medium ones, 2 big ones, 5 tiny ones. I don't know. So just to make sure that the meat distribution is about equal. I'm gonna just spread it out. I think the chat is lagging, if anything.
Wait, we should be back. Wait, we're back.
Okay. So I'm just gonna press this up against the bowl, just to get a sense of like how big the volume is, just to make sure that the spread the meat is even. So I'm gonna try doing 3. It's probably gonna be 3 big ones. So I think that looks like a pretty even separation of the meat. Something like that. Okay, so now that I divided it into 3 pieces, we're gonna be slapping the meat. So we come back here, we grab the one portion that we have our parchment paper to prevent from sticking. And so the reason why we do want to slap the meat, you know how the restaurant that we had it, they were slapping it really loud. I don't know how to slap meat that loud, but you do kind of want to whack the meat from one hand to another like this. You should be able to hear a smacking sound. Like this. Three big ones, yeah. So you do want to slap it a little bit, and the reason why you do want to slap it is because you want to get rid of any of the potential air that was incorporated into the meat, because when we're squeezing it and mixing the ingredients in, we're kind of like squeezing it like this, and when you kind of put it back into the bowl, you just don't know where there's any air pockets, and air pockets will cause your meat to fall apart in the heat if you're not careful. So slapping this, just whacking it back and forth between your hands, will make sure that it's like not enough, the air is not going to be attached inside, okay? And then you just kind of want to make sure, you want to use your fingers and kind of dent the middle so the inside is actually a little. Are we back? Leg is gone? Okay, great. Great. I think the game was just chugging too much of that bandwidth or something. But yeah, so there was actually a legitimate reason why the chef was slapping his meat like that so hard. It was because to knock out a lot of the air that's inside. And then when we do make the patty, just dent the middle a little bit. I'll show you. Just dent the middle a little bit, because when you do cook it, the middle tends to cook the slowest, but it also tends to swell the fastest. So just to make sure that your meat is evenly cooking the whole time through, you do want to make the patty and then just dent the inside a little bit, just so that the inside is a little bit thinner. Yeah, but this meat is feeling a little bit small, so I'm gonna grab a little bit of the meat from the other side. I'm seeing this done on Cooking Mama, so it must be legit. Yeah, the hair ribbon is so cute. Thank you. It came with the set. The Don Quixote cosplays are pretty good. Stinky is making a Borgir. This is not technically a Borgir. But we're gonna be slapping the meat a little bit. Once it goes a few times, like 20 times or something, it's probably good enough. And then you take the meat, you can shape it into any shape that you want. I'm just gonna keep it a circle, but you can make it the oblong shape. And you use your finger and just kind of dent the middle. Because like I said, the middle takes the longest to cook and it tends to swell up the most too. So it's gonna be maybe raw on the inside, but crispy on the outside, and you don't want that. Okay, and then and one last one. Gonna squeeze all the meat in. See how like when you're squeezing the meat into a ball, it tends to just kind of fold on itself, and there could be it's not quite like one full homogeneous piece of meatball, and that's why slapping it kind of gets the air out and just make sure that it's almost like kneading the meat for dough without actually kneading it. This is how you knead meat. Oh, musubi? Konbanwa, musubi janayo. Onigiri desu yo. These are some big Borgirs. They're pretty standard. I'll give Shadow 2 and I'll eat one. I'll maybe eat the smallest one, since, you know, the man is bulking. The famous meat slapping technique. The chefs at the restaurant, half of it is for show for sure, because they want people to be hearing the meat slapping, to be like, oh, what's going on over there? So I don't know how they actually slap it that hard. I don't know how they do it. I just know how to do it the regular way. Okay, I think that's pretty slapped already. Dent it into the middle. This one is gonna be a huge one. They're all different size. I'm like, yeah, so to make sure that you have even pieces separated like so, and then I'm over here going like, why do they all look super freaking different? Look at the size. It's like baby meatball, mama meatball, papa meatball. Damn it. It's fine. It's the thought that counts. Just slam it in the bottom of a saucepan. You can, if you don't want to be throwing the meat around in your hand because maybe you're not too confident with the technique, or maybe it's too messy, or you don't want to accidentally throw it like at a wall or something, you can definitely just grab a bowl or a plate and just grab the meatball and then just hurl it at the bottom of a bowl or a plate. That'll also have the same effect as slapping it in between your hands. So if you want it to be a little bit like less messy, you know, you can definitely do that. But slapping it in between your hands is more fun, and it's also like wastes less bowls and stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I didn't want to guilt my parents into taking me, and I'm also a very tiny woman. I'm 4'10", so it's not safe to night. Oh, god damn. I'm glad that you were able to get it safely at least. Okay, I'm gonna rinse the pan a little bit. I forgot to rinse this. But just a little bit of a rinsey rinse. I don't have to soak it or anything. Oh my gosh, these gloves! Ah! Damn it. I mean, not gloves. These sleeves. These sleeves. on it. The sleeves! Curses you. Curses you, sleeves! Okay, it's fine. The good thing about it is because it's so light, it dries so quickly. But anyways, let me dry off my pan a little bit. Is that shorter than Lily? Is Lily shorter than 4'10"? She's a tiny girl. But I don't know if she was that short. That's like, isn't Mouse like 4'10" or something? Isn't that what she said? She's like 4'10". Okay, I tried my pan because I don't want oil to splatter. And I'm gonna put it on medium heat or medium high, just depending on how hot your stove goes. And I'm gonna try doing all 3 meatballs in one pan. So you do need a little bit of oil just so that it's substantial enough to grease every single meatball. And we're gonna wait for that to heat up, and it's literally just searing. And you have as long as you have some oil, a little bit of water, and a lid for your pan. That's basically all you need. I have my lid over there. I'm gonna take a little measuring cup, and I'm just gonna grab a little bit of water. Water, you kind of eyeball it. It's enough. Basically, you want enough water to kind of generate a little bit of steam, and then we put the lid on, and then the steam is going to cook the residual meat. So you want to sear both sides and then steam the rest, kind of like a gyoza. So you don't want to put too much water because you don't want to be boiling your meat, but you don't want too little of it where it's not enough steam to cook everything. So just kind of eyeball it. I would say like 3 tablespoons or something like that, but we're gonna eyeball it and hope for the best. Lily is 4'10". Lily is 4'10"? Lily's not even, she doesn't, maybe because she's wearing taller shoes. Because I've seen her. I know she's tiny, but I don't think she's 4'10" tiny. She's wearing cheating shoes. Cheating. Juicy but cooked, exactly. Yeah, she also has really, really long hair. This is true. Like, it was almost like the length of her whole body. I was like, how does she get her hair so beautifully long? Okay, oil looks like it's pretty hot. Alright. Let's see. Oh! Oh my god, these sleeves almost yanked the pan away. That would have been dangerous. Okay, take your meat. And then you just want to... Oh, is it hot? Okay, hot-ish. Okay. And the last one. Not hot enough, but also okay. We've committed. It's too late. You've lost quite a... I was 269, now I'm 215, so I've lost... Oh my god, congratulations. 70 pounds is huge. 60 pounds? That's huge. Congratulations, amazing. That's some hard work and dedication. Okay, we're gonna let it sizzle because we do want it to cook and sear nicely. It's definitely not done yet. But we're not looking to have the middle to be cooked or anything, nothing like that. We just want the bottom to have a nice sear. So we're gonna go check on it in like, I don't know, 3 minutes or something, see how it goes. Flip it over, have a nice sear again, and then we're gonna add a little bit of the water. If the oil looks like too much, then we can always take a little bit of the oil out before we add the water. Just put a little, you know, paper towel in there and absorb some of the water. It looks like the meat also has a bit of fat in it, so it's rendering out a lot of oil than needed. What's the difference between a hamburger and a hamburger steak? A hamburger is just like the American hamburger, you know, like the patty in the middle, and then the bun, and then whatever else on the inside, and then a sandwich between it. But a hamburger steak is more of a Japanese Western fusion food that's now more like a home style kind of Japanese cooking, where they remove the bread And because Japanese is more of a rice eating country, they only take the main part, which is the beef part, and then they make it how I made it just now. They sear it and everything. They have some potatoes and carrots on the side. They have a little bit of a gravy or a curry sauce or something, and they mostly eat it with rice. And that's how they enjoy it here. Okay. It's cooking pretty quickly and very well. Okay. I'm gonna let that sear for another like 2 minutes or so. We don't want it too dark or not too long, or else it's gonna be too dark. Omu rice and hamburger steak. Omu rice is just omu rice. It's like an omelet with rice, or rice with like wrapped in an omelet, or an omelet on top. And then sometimes you can have like a burger patty or something like that. But okay. And then I'm gonna grab my lid. I'm gonna have the lid at the ready. And then I'm going to put a little bit of water, like I said, I think that's enough. That's enough. Just a little bit. And you want to put the lid on, and you also want to turn the heat down so it can steam at a lower temperature. And that's it. Oh, it's leaking a lot of steam. You want to turn the heat down to like a medium, a low or a medium low on lower heat, because it will continue to cook the bottom. And if you still have it at medium heat, one, the water is going to evaporate way too quickly. So it won't be enough steam to actually cook the patty, and then you might also burn the bottom a little bit. I've had that happen, so it's kind of a wild card what's going to happen to this one. Hopefully nothing too crazy, but we'll have to see. Hamburger steak originated from German immigrants, hence Hamburg in the name. It's kind of like a Salisbury steak, right, or something like that. Okay, onigiri. Onigiri is actually quite easy, and you can actually use leftover rice to make onigiri. I eat leftover rice now, or purposely leftover, because they have a lower glycemic index, and mine is actually purple rice, because I put a whole bunch of, I do 1 cup of white rice and 1 cup of like seeds and beans and stuff, and the purple wild rice and stuff to make it purple, pretty, and healthy. But fresh rice, if for those who are prone to diabetes or diabetic already and they like to eat rice, I recommend don't eat it fresh, because something about the starches when it's fresh, it will spike your glycemic, your sugar, whatever. I don't know all the science or the scientific terms, but it'll spike your blood sugar and it won't be as healthy. Then you can't really enjoy your rice and stuff. So if you want to be more watchful of things like that, wait and pack your rice in the freezer if you don't eat rice often, or in the fridge if you do, and wait overnight and eat it the next day. The starches will reabsorb back into the rice and it won't release so fast in your bloodstream, so it's a lot healthier for you. So I eat the leftover rice now, but I'm going to grab a little bit of ice. One ice cube. Okay, I have my rice. I have an ice cube. I'm going to grab some parchment paper. We love parchment paper in this house. And I'm going to wrap the rice in the parchment paper just loosely with the ice cube. The ice cube will give a little bit of steam, but it's also so dense so it's not going to melt through when you put it into the microwave. And I'm going to heat this up for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Oh gosh. I forgot this bottom thing is still hot. Hopefully it's okay. I forgot that my oven is still warm from the baking. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, can I substitute lentils for rice? It will not stick. You can try, but it will not. Can I use French fries instead of rice? Yes, anything can be made into an onigiri, specifically translated to a rice ball, if you will it hard enough. Chickpeas, French fries, a watermelon, a steak patty, anything can be made into a rice ball. This is true. This is true. It's just like, it's basically a matter of shape and not really a matter of ingredients. So as long as you can squeeze it into that shape, the world is your oyster, or in other words, the world is your onigiri. Yeah, watermelon giri, cotton candy, at anything. Tacos, yes sir. Yes sir, tacos as well. This is, yep, don't let anyone else tell you that you can't do it. Just jam it all in there. If anything, just take the inside of a Whopper, and then the outside is just all bread, right? And then you can squeeze the bread and the filling that's inside into the shape of an onigiri, like that's like this big. Just imagine walking down the street holding an onigiri like that's this big. Such a flex. Such a flex. They say it couldn't be done, but it can be done here. It can be done here. Are we lagging again? Spaghetti, yes sir. Yes, sir. I'm gonna get a little bit of salt and a little bit of wawa. A little bit of salt. I'll put ooh, you know what? Let's do some truffle salt. Let's be a little bit naughty. Let's be a little bit naughty. I'm going to put a little bit of truffle salt on my board. I'll just use my hands. So I have a little bit of water ready, because rice will stick to your hands if you don't use water, or you can just use cling wrap, but you really don't have to. As long as you have some water, it's fine. And to make the onigiri, we're just going to be making a salty onigiri. It's classic, it's good, but I do have truffle salt, so it'll taste a little bit fancier, more elevated. So a little bit of salt on the corner of your cutting board here. I think it's too zoomed in now, Shadow. Can you zoom it back out a little bit? I have a little corner of salt here with my bowl of water. And we're gonna be dabbing it both. Scared the crap out of me. Sorry. Thank goodness you were too close to capture it. That was very close. See how the ice doesn't melt? Isn't that cool? And then just flick it off. We don't need that guy. Flick it off. Rice is good. And I'm gonna let that just cool down a little bit. Ooh, hot. 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 I'm gonna cool it down just a little bit. The 2K is lagging. Oh, has it been 8 minutes yet? Holy shoot. Holy shoot. Ah! The steam burned me. They're so pudgy. They're so pudgy. Oh, it looks good. The color looks good. Nice crust. Okay, and a lot of the water has kind of steamed off. So a good way to check if it's cooked or not is a good way to check if it's cooked or not. You take a toothpick, and if you stab it in the middle where it's thickest, and the water that comes out is clear. Do you see that? It's bubbly, but it's clear. That means it's cooked. I don't want to poke too many of them and have all the juices leak out. But as long as the juice that's leaking out is not like red, it's more of a clear fluid, then it's cooked through. Alright, this, I'm going to turn the heat off. That one is done. I'm just waiting for this to cool down just a little bit so I can make my salty onigiri. Yay, I'm so excited to eat it. I think my roasted vegetables were done roasting for a while already. Poking does increase the juice flow. Well, out of the meat. The steak is squirting a little bit, but it's leaving. But we want the juice in, not squirting out. Shuji, thank you so much for the 17 months. Thank you. Okay. I don't know if it's cold enough, but I'm just going to I'm going to wet my hands, and then I'm gonna grab a little bit of salt and rub the salt all over my hands until it's kind of feeling a bit like, you know, crusty with the salt. And then just grab, I think I can grab the whole thing. And basically the salt that's stuck on my hands will end up flavoring the rice, and the water that's on my hands will prevent the rice from sticking to my hands. And then you just keep squeezing it until you have an onigiri. And that's literally it. That's how you make an onigiri. If you want to put seasoning, like filling in it, just do half of the rice, add the filling in the middle, put the other half on, and then just start massaging it into a ball, and then, you know, so there you go. Onigiri. That's why I saved it for the end, because that's literally it. There really is not much else to it.
Where are the horns?
Oh, I'm gonna add the horns, but that's the basis of the onigiri. That's it. That's how I did it. I don't even think that took 30 seconds. And that's why I don't usually make onigiris on stream, because it's a little bit too easy. That's gonna go in like 5 minutes, and it's gonna be like, well, thanks for coming, everybody. See you next week. If I pack it up, if you pack it like in aluminum foil, don't put it into the fridge though. I think the fridge will make the rice too hard. I would just say overnight is like the maximum. Putting it into the fridge will harden the rice, and then it won't be very yummy anymore. Yeah, probably just a day. Maximum 2, but I think 2 is really pushing it. It's best just to be enjoyed like now or like a few hours from now. Okay, I'm going to take my little onigiri, put it on my plate. Speed run any percent. I was going to use, so it has horns, right? I was going to use 2 onions as the horns. Or like slivered almonds. Do I have slivered almonds? I have crushed almonds. Not slivered. I was gonna use the onion. Let me see. Or I can use instant noodles. Oh. I have the red onion. Maybe I can cut it into the shape of a horn. Yeah, I have this lighter piece. Hold on. Dun da da da! Horns! Dun da 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 da! And just like that, onigiri kai! Yeah. Fastest dish yet! Yay! Woohoo! We did it! That's all it took. That's all she wrote, folks. That's all she wrote. There's no difference. It's exactly the same. She is me and I am her. No, not a 4-hour onigiri. Not a 4-hour onigiri. Literally a 30-second onigiri. Yay! Okay, so let's have, before we do the plate up, because the plate up will be very, very quick, I want to incinerate my sweet potatoes in a strategic manner. I'm gonna ditch the salt. Goodbye, truffle salt. I've wasted you a little bit, but
Are you gonna plate it?
oh well.
Are you gonna plate it on the chopping board?
What?
Are you gonna plate it on the chopping board?
No.
Okay.
I somehow totally missed what was in that onigiri. Oh, it's just salt onigiri. Like very basic, very standard, but very yummy. But I did truffle salt instead. I'm gonna grab a little bit of sugar. A little bit of shug. And where is my blowtorch? Shadow, is my blowtorch over there? Was it when I was using it for the birthday cake? Oh, never mind. I'm blind. Sorry, I got it. I'm blind. Okay, I got a new can full of fire. The cosplay looks great. Thank you. Okay. A little bit of sugar. It's kind of hard to do an even layer when the surface is kind of uneven, but as long as there's enough to get a little crystallized top, maybe that's okay. I also don't want to crush it too much in case when the sugar melts and you'll still be able to see the shape, then it'll be such a shame to lose the pretty piping swirls. Okay, say a prayer, everybody. Pray to the Miko goddesses in the garden of that are the guardians of Azuma. Everything else is crisping too. No, this is not what I had in mind. Further away. Further away. Oh my god, that one's actively on fire. That one is actively on fire. Oh, have mercy. Is it still on fire? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to somebody whose birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Yay! The one not on fire looks good. A Giri candle. I'm gonna get a wet paper towel and smother it. But I'm gonna move everything else off to the side. Yay! Your wish became reality! Woohoo! Yay! Yeah, maybe don't eat that one. Everything else is cool though. Let me grab a plate. These ones are a little bit burnt. Maybe these ones. These ones are better. I didn't expect the sugar in the shell to catch fire that quickly as well. That was a slight oversight that I should have calculated, but I did not calculate it. So here we are. But it still makes for nice plating though. Yay! It's like it went from really good to like, oh. You know what else is on fire? Those who purchased the game of today's sponsor, Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. Set your heart ablaze with adventure, with the unknown, with farming and love and combat and fighting evil, good versus bad, with the game Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. It is now available on PC through Steam and also through the 2-Switch consoles, Switch and Switch 2 for both digital and soft copy. And apparently even for the physical copy, it's the whole game. It's not part of the game, it's the whole game. So it does make it more worth it if you are more of a physical collector. But go explore the beautiful Japanese inspired lands of Rune Factory and go save the day, go make love and maybe babies, and save villages and farms and traverse dangerous terrain and fight for your survival and your destiny. Click the link in the pin message or !mark Rune Factory for the link to download the game today. Let's dial it back. What? I thought it was gone. I thought it was good. Okay, honestly, this one is not too bad. It's just kind of like burned on the corner. So if I just peel it back, it should be edible. If I, yeah, see, it's as if it never happened. If I just peeled back the back, you know, so you don't see it as much, I'll eat this one. I won't give this one to Iroha. I'll eat this one myself if I must. I guess I will. I guess I have to. You were doing so well. Okay, now we're gonna plate. Now we're gonna plate the rest of the stuff. I don't think we need the cutting board anymore. Excuse me. I'm trying to watch my calories, so I'm gonna make one small plate and one big plate. I find that with like when the plate is physically smaller, it's easier to not overeat. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm gonna give myself a little one. I'm gonna. Shadow says to use a better plate. I think I can use the wooden one. That's fine.
Do we have like a lid that you can do like this and then do like a reveal? Or like
We don't have a cloche because it'll be hard to lift up. A cloche, yeah. Okay. We got our 2 beef patties, and we also have our roasted veggies that were finished a little while ago. Let me just. Aha! I'm gonna give myself some veggie. Aha! My plate's a little bit uglier. I'll just showcase Shadow's plate because my plate is kind of like not as pretty. Okay, and then we still have our sauce. If I can find a proper where'd all my spoons go? They're all gone. Oh, it's like thickened to like a nice silky sauce. It's not super thick, but it's very silky. Our little demiglaze. I'll give myself some too. Okay. All right. So the full meal. The full meal is as follows. We have to woo our beautiful Iroha. We have course number 1. Oh, let me do it up. Let me do top down. Course number 1, we have the OniGiri that will bestow upon you magical stats and fighting power and enough to slay it. I kind of made that up, but enough to slay a dragon.
I'm gonna zoom in.
Oh, he's gonna zoom in for a second. It has horns, by the way. It has horns. Yay! Onigiri Kai. Okay. And then our second dish, that's after the starter. Now it's the main. We have our hamburger steak for the best of heroes. We have a beef and pork mix hamburger patty with some onion and panko breadcrumbs and some eggs inside with a little bit of a demiglaze, homemade from scratch demiglaze sauce lathered onto the top, and the camera died somehow. And it's back with some roasted potatoes and carrots straight from the hearth. And to round out the nice lavish meal for our dear Iroha, we have oh, okay. It doesn't want to cooperate. And we have our slightly burned, but it represents the fire within our hearts and within our soul for adventure and our willingness to farm our hearts out and find the love of our lives. It's supposed to represent the burning passion within our bodies, okay? But we have a potato pie. I think it's called a sweet potato pie of the ages. I think that's what the literal name was in the game. But it's basically a sablé cookie crust on the bottom, cookie crust with a sweet potato custard of sorts in the middle, with a little bit of an icing creme brulee sugar on the very top, with a little bit of, you know, physical representation of the burning of my heart. Yeah, there. It's not burnt, it's caramelized. Caramelized. Okay, can I switch over now?
Want to like showcase all three real quick?
Oh, showcase all three. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Want to like clear all that stuff so that it looks nice. Can you like center it a bit better? Yeah. So you do like two and then one, so that it's all in the front.
Like this?
So you put like this one over here. This one, yeah, and then so they're all in the front.
Like that. Oh, good. We got the shot. We got the money shot. Does a succulent Japanese meal bring all the onesans and onisans to the yard? They do. They do. Guaranteed swoon, guaranteed success of the wooings, everything like that. Actually, I should take my mask off and try everything. And then I'll give it to Shadow. Sorry, one more time on this side. Let me try the onigiri first. I don't like to eat the raw onion, so I take the horns out. Sorry, plucking the horns away. This is just sweet purple rice with a bit of whole grains and stuff to keep it healthy. And it's seasoned with a little bit of truffle salt. Mmm. Really good. That's a good rice ball. Cannibalism. Yeah. She's only eating onigiri en. Yeah, guys. Onigiri and onigiri en are two different people, guys. We're literally not the same. I'll eat my version, so Shadow has a bit more food to eat. Roasted carrot in the demiglaze sauce. Mmm. Mmm. The demiglaze sauce is a little salty, but very good. Mmm. Potatoes are done really well. Let me cut into the middle and see if it's cooked.
Why is it talking?
Uh-oh. It's fully cooked. That's what we like to see. A little bit of the hamburger patty with a bit of the sauce. Mmm. That's a good meat. No complaints here. I'm gonna savor that later. Okay. And just to not ruin the beautiful picture, I'll eat the one that I burnt that was actively burning for like 5 minutes. G dog get VTEN. Oh, shut up. Oh, shut up. I'm gonna try the little flambéed sweet potato tart. Mmm. The sugar adds a nice little caramelized crunch. Sweet potato is nice and fluffy. The cookie is nice and crunchy. Mmm. That's really good. I like it. Carbon can taste good too, guys, okay? Especially when I make it, carbon tastes amazing. Yeah, the cookie turned out really well. The back of it. Only the top side was burnt because of the sugar, but the cookie actually turned out really, really well. It's a nice cook all the way through. Mmm. Very nice. Minus the carbon, okay? Minus the carbon. But I think overall, great success. We have starter, main, dessert. Off to send you. Like that. Off to send you guys on your journey. Hold on. It distracted me. Looks like it didn't let steak rest. Negative 10 point. It's not even steak. It's a hamburger steak, not a literal steak. Okay, but we made our journeys meal. Off to send you guys on to safe travels as you yourself download Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma. Make sure you go check it out today. Again, link is in the pin message above, and also ! Rune Factory in the chat will also get you the link to the game itself. Make sure you go check it out, play it, buy it today. If you like a combination of both life sim, romance, combat, fighting, adventure, everything like that, RPG, it is one game that gives you everything, and it's done so beautifully, and it is a reimagination of the original Rune Factory. So it's a little bit more snazzy. It's a little bit more of a new setting, set in beautiful feudal Japan, and all those amazing things. So make sure you go check it out before it's too late. It's also available on Switch 2 for those who are lucky enough to get the Switch 2. Yay! Do the thing! Yay! Thank you, Rune Factory, for sponsoring today's stream. I appreciate it. Hearts, finger hearts. All right, I'm going to eat dinner now. I'm going to eat dinner now. Maybe starting next week, Monday, 12 noon. I aim to start stream every day at roughly 12 noon, give or take a little bit, most likely maybe a little bit later than earlier, depending on tech and everything like that. But next week is the official start of our epic walkies adventure. We're going to be walking all the way from Tokyo to Hakone. And we're going to be making a lot of stops in between to sightsee and do a lot of things. I've never been to Kamakura. We're going to stop by Kamakura, which is one of the destinations in the Slam Dunk anime. I never went to Enoshima Island, which is beautiful for beaches. We might even do a little drone shot over there. We're going to do a lot of touristy things. We're going to be staying in a luxury hotel for some reason because there's nothing around the area to do. So apparently we're going to be staying in a luxury hotel. That's what was planned when I sent staff like, hey, I want to do this thing. And they were like, yeah, go here. So I think there's going to be like a water park and a golf course and a whole bunch of stuff. I don't even know what to expect, but that's also going to be one of the days we're just going to be lounging around all day at a hotel and just doing fun things. And then ultimately we're going to end in Hakone, where hopefully if the weather is good, we'll be able to see Mount Fuji. I do believe currently the weather forecast is saying that the first 3 days it's raining, which is not ideal. But you guys are waterproof, right? Hopefully. So we'll see how it goes. But it's going to be that's going to be the plan. Hopefully we don't get rained on too much for the first 3 days, and hopefully it won't rain too heavy. But we could be getting some really good ASMR rain walkies. But starting Monday all the way until Saturday, every day I aim to start around noon JST, and we'll just be walking. And there's going to be new overlays that you guys saw that we tested last week. I'll explain everything on the day of a little bit more in detail once we do it next week. But you guys already got a little bit of the teaser and the spoiler. So Mount Fuji, yeah, we're not going to be climbing Mount Fuji. We're going to be walking towards it. But if the weather is good on the last day, we should be able to see a little bit of Mount Fuji, hopefully. But we'll see. Watching Yugi go to the wrong prefecture. There's going to be a map, I think. There's going to be a map. But hopefully I won't steer off the map too much. And Shadow will be coming too, of course. So we're going to be doing it together. Are we rating rain? Oh, waifu, thank you for the 36 months prime. Thank you. Didn't you just resub? I could have swore you just resubbed, waifu. If Garb rating Rain, then go say hi to her. Go send my regards over there, and go be nice and go be supportive. Don't backseat too much. I heard that recently VTubers are having a really big issue with their community backseating them. I'm not sure what game, but just generally don't do it, especially if they specifically. It's kind of a given, expected to not backseat. So hold on, eh? Just. Don't go too crazy. I don't know what she's playing, but don't go too crazy. Don't backseat too much. But you guys, if anything, I want you to backseat me, but no one says shit. So I think we're gonna be fine. I'll see you guys next week for Walkies. Yay! Bye everybody. Bye. Have a good weekend. Have an amazing Tuesday, Saturday. What? Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll see you guys on Monday, bright and early.